So it's no secret that I have been playing a lot of The War Within. I've been internally wrestling with myself over the last month, sort of trying to figure out. So much has happened to me and with me the last like 3-4 weeks in WoW, whether it be Classic or The War Within, and stretching back 2 months or whatever. All this shit on Twitter with WoW, and everything sort of been throwing my headspace every which way. And basically, The War Within came out now about 5-6 weeks ago, and I said to you guys that, look, if I'm still playing in a month, then I'll podcast about it. And we were going to grab Jason anyway to get his take on it, but it would have been a bit more interesting if I had still been playing it. And, I'm here to report that I am still playing the game, and nothing's being forced. I am genuinely really, really enjoying this game. And the reason I say it's caused a bit of a conundrum for me is that, I haven't logged into SOD in 10 days, and I'm really feeling this magnetic pull towards The War Within to, shock horror, play the game that you're enjoying as opposed to the one that you're enjoying less. And this has become an odd dilemma where you guys know I love SOD. It's not like the game is bad. I've been here championing it for a year now. But this game came out of nowhere a month ago that I was not expecting to enjoy. I paid no attention to the announcement. Typical retail WoW for me. Gets announced, have a laugh, talk about the wash cycle that we're going to go through again with retail. They all get excited. Then it comes out. They love it for 2 weeks. Then they all dump on it. Rinse, repeat. Same old retail crowd. But the difference was this time, it wasn't just 2 or 3 days that I started playing and then quit. I kept going and I kept going, and then I kept going some more. And I can't quite put my finger on why I'm still loving the shit out of this game, which is such a stupid and odd thing to say, but it is the case. I'm not even doing you guys know what kind of a player I am. I'm a very weird player. I don't even do the content that you quote unquote should be doing. I'm not doing anything. I'm just enjoying running around like a babe in the woods or a chicken with its head cut off. I'm enjoying the game. So anyway, not to go on an overly extended intro rant, I just wanted to set the table for why we're doing this and the background that I am actually playing the game and should somewhat, a little bit know what I'm talking about. Only a tiny bit. Most of this will be carried by my guest today, who is, as always, the amazing, wonderful Jason Lucas from the Starting Zone podcast. Mate, how are you?
Oh, Josh, thank you for the intro. It's lovely of you to say. I'm doing great, and yeah, it's been a lot of WoW, man. I mean, even for me, who I'm an everyday retail player for many years. It's like this is the most I've played in a really long time, and I mean, I had a similar situation, but on the other side of it to you earlier this year, because when SOD came out, I was deep in that. I leveled up quick. I was raiding, not every reset, but every week. I was doing world PvP. I was pretty much kitted out. Season 1, I was playing with, seriousness and conviction. And but Dragonflight was in a state where I could kind of do that. And what Sod was asking of me was manageable. And then as Dragonflight kind of never really tailed off, we had different events happen with Plunderstorm and MOP Remix, and we had the season roll and all of this stuff. And I have a team to run, and people expect to be, doing stuff with the organized group. So by the time phase 2 started, I was like, I actually can't keep up with this, and I've had an eye on it, and I've wanted to play it, but it's I only have so much time in my life for games, and I only have so much time for WoW, and so trying to juggle multiple versions is just not something I've ever been able to do since multiple versions have really existed in any real way. And I feel like War Within is sort of really rewarding a kind of play style that never really existed before, and that also means that somebody like me who plays a true main character and devotes most of my playtime to one character and powering up that character and doing everything on it, there's now outlets where I can dip in on other characters and really feel like I'm getting, a reward for investing time into the game without having to play on any kind of dedicated schedule with other people or organize things or, God forbid, pug with strangers. I don't have to do that, and I can still feel like I had a good play session. So it's really opening up these other avenues on top of all the normal stuff that comes along with new expansion, new campaign questing, new zones, new stuff to go do, level up process, new content, And then there's also this whole entire other aspect to the game now, I feel like, really.
It is really hard. I mean, we've always known this for years. It's really hard to juggle multiple MMOs, regardless of what the MMO is. It's hard to juggle an MMO with a regular game. Just playing your single player games along with an MMO is difficult. We only have so much time. And, I'm fortunate enough right now at this what I'm doing with my life right now is I have all day to play WoW, which is what I understand to be an incredibly unique situation that most people don't have. People are going to work and doing the 9 to 5, and maybe only having a couple of hours at night, if that, to do the thing, whether they've got a family or whatnot. People don't have forever to play this game. So when you throw two games into the mix, it becomes incredibly difficult, to the point that you're probably just raid logging one if you are doing the two games. But I mean, that'll be an issue for me later, to wrestle with later down the track in terms of what I'm doing with SOD. If I continue to enjoy Retail World of Warcraft, I'll worry about that later. But focusing on the War Within for now, I'll just say hello to my mates who are sitting in the peanut gallery as well, who are dutifully listening in, and I'm sure will chime in when they have something to say. Ubiquitous, how are you, mate?
I'm fantastic. I've been looking forward to talking about War Within for a month now.
Right, here we are, the long-awaited War Within fucking episode. And Marcus, mate, welcome back to the real world.
Yeah, back from WA, mate. Got some internet again, so I'm pretty happy to pick it up and get playing again.
Very good. Happy to have you here. Well, like I said, you two fucking Muppets can sit in the peanut gallery, but please don't be shy in jumping in if Jason says something that piques your interest. Jason, just to give you a quick 60-second shot on Aussie culture. I don't know that these boys will particularly care, but today is actually one of several Super Bowl days in Australia where, we're a very big sporting nation, and the problem is almost that we have too much sport. One of the grand finals for one of our big leagues is today. So it's an odd, again, to catch you up, it's an odd scenario with Australia where it's not like America doesn't have multiple sports, but we have multiple relatively similar sports. So it's like, imagine if college football, the NFL and arena football all played on the same day and were all kind of equally popular. And their season literally lines up almost directly. That's the way that Aussie sports works. It's very odd. So again, we're talking about picking one MMO. You don't have to, but you kind of have to pick one sport to follow.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Super Bowl in the U.S. and nothing else compares to that, right? There's no other event that's even remotely comparable. Any other league championship or college bowl games or anything, they're big, but the Super Bowl is essentially an unofficial national holiday, and nothing else is really like that in the States.
Oh, mate, I know. Trust me, I follow all that. And fucking, here's your shout for all you Americans. Fuck, that Alabama-Georgia game last week was fucking wild. I hate Alabama, but it was a great fucking game. Anyway, moving on. Let's get to it. Mate, let me ask the simple question to warm you up first, which seems like, it might seem like a bit of a fucking groaner, but I want to sort of peel off what you lay down here, and I'll sort of try and do my interview thing as best as I can. We are beyond the honeymoon period now. You'll know. What was the date? Was it 5-6 weeks ago when the launch was, the actual launch, not early access?
Yeah, something like that. It was 22nd of August
There you
for
go.
early access. So, yeah, we're in about I don't know, call it 6
about the
weeks,
6
somewhere
week
in that
mark, yeah.
neighborhood.
So I think it's fair to say right now that for me, that's the end of the honeymoon period. People were saying after 2 weeks it's the end of the honeymoon period, and I was like, fuck off. No, it's not. You need a little bit more time with this thing.
No,
and,
we didn't even have the season by the end of 2 weeks.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's really after the first like Mythic week, I think, at least. Maybe 2 weeks of Mythic raid, which is kind of where we're at now.
I agree. So
yeah, I think we're past it for sure at this point, but
Yes.
it's recently passed.
People are starting to find their feet with the season and the game right now, and they're getting a feel for what this expansion is delivering. So my question to you is, now that the honeymoon period is over, is the War Within a good expansion? Well, I know for the way too early take.
Oof, I mean, it is a way too early take. I don't know yet, but I will say that its ceiling seems really high. I think Dragonflight was legit a top 3 expansion. My favorite expansion of all time was Legion, and followed by Wrath of the Lich King, and I think those were 2 standout eras of the game's history. And it seems like they come around every 8 years, maybe, Wrath was 08, Legion was 16, now we're 24 and War Within, and it seems like it took a lot of the stuff that Dragonflight did right and has just tweaked it and made it better. And I think they added a lot of stuff into the formula that is fun. It actually makes you want to play the game and check it out and engage with it. And they avoided stepping on the rakes of building these like nested systems and ignoring feedback about how players playing test builds don't like it. That was the Shadowlands kind of curse, I think. And it took them a long time. It took them years of gradual kind of improvements to turn out of that. And I think they clearly have. I think the sky's the limit with this expansion in a lot of ways. I mean, one thing is that we need to see the consistent production schedule like we had with Dragonflight. Updates every couple months is just what the player base needs, in order to stay engaged and stay subscribed and logging in and interested and invested in the game. They delivered on that consistently throughout Dragonflight, so we'll see if they can continue to do that. I think there's definitely some issues that need to be addressed for the ongoing health of the expansion, but I think the overall structure of sort of the content loop and what you sort of do on your toon on a daily or weekly basis is really strong, and it feels fun and rewarding. And that's really important. I think the way they set it all up and the way they're telling the story and unfolding it is more compelling than maybe it's typically been in other expansions. And so there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of stuff seeded in the level up campaign and the max level campaign that will hopefully pay off in interesting ways as the expansion continues on. And I think even just taking it in and of itself for like the launch patch content, the overall story is very satisfying, as you work your way through. Like, okay, we're gonna help the Earthen out. We have this crisis, and then the Earthen sort of jump in and assist us, and we meet them, and then we sort of assist them with this ongoing crisis, and we forge these new allies, and then we encounter this evil and we vanquish it, but then there's obviously like a to be continued. I think it really came off well, and they told the story in some ways they haven't really tried before. And they just have a lot of cool pieces on the board to continue it. So it's all right there. I think obviously there's some tuning challenges. It's a never ending battle. I think, hero talents are going to continue to be a knob they have to adjust. And, we're going to see some big class reworks come in as early as 11.0.5, which should be live in a couple weeks. So, throughout Dragonflight, they kept their finger on the pulse in terms of class design, balance tuning. So as long as they do that, and, I think they're in good shape. I mean, this is some of the most fun I've had with a fresh expansion in a while, like probably since Legion, really. And yeah, I think there's a lot of potential here. It's too early for me to say one way or the other, but I mean, I think the pieces are in place that this could land top 3 for me, which I can't even believe. Like, they never follow up an expansion as good as Dragonflight with one as good or better than that. That's never happened before.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's funny because, you know, on the every 8 years comment, you know, Stephen King had it return every 27 years, I believe it was, and WoW seems to be going on the 8-year cycle for the greatness returning to the game. But like, you know, on the Dragonflight point, mate, it's not like Dragonflight was bad. You know, I'm here talking up the War Within as, you know, I'm having so much fun. It's retail's got me hooked for the first time and everything. Can you hear me, mate, by the way?
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but
yeah, sorry, I think my internet's just having a moment. But anyway, as I was saying, like, the thing that we not necessarily forget, but like should add is it's not like they're coming from a bad expansion. They are coming off of what was a pretty well received expansion that got credited for turning things around. Just let me know. Did you hear any of that? Am I breaking up massively for you, Jason?
Yeah, I can still understand what you're saying, but we're driving a lot of packets.
I can hear you perfectly, and Jason's breaking up for me.
Oh, okay. This might be a transcontinental Discord issue.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll wait because you are breaking up a little bit for me as well, Jason. Let's we'll have a coffee break for 2 minutes just because I don't want the recording to be all fucked up if Jason's a bit robotic, and I've lost his video now as well.
Well, I just shut it off because there's no point in pushing the video if we're not doing audio.
No, you're a little bit breaky for me as well. Look, what I'll do is we'll stay local. I'll throw it to the peanut gallery for a second, Jason, hopefully while the line between Australia and America sort of sorts itself out. Ubiquitous, piggybacking off of everything that Jason just said, you know, I'm sitting here like an idiot saying I don't have an answer as to why I'm enjoying The War Within so much. Maybe eventually I will in, you know, a few more weeks. I don't know. But, you know, is The War Within good now that the honeymoon period is over? What would you say?
Yeah, I think so, because, I mean, for me on retail, the hit level cap and get really good gear isn't actually that great of an experience in comparison to Classic. Like in Classic, that's super fun, that whole get prebis bit. In retail, it's not quite the same, so obviously if you're having a really good time on the game, it has to be good elsewhere, because that's not the attraction, at least for me. So the rest of the systems that they have or have put in are nice. Like I'm biased. Well, not biased, I'm ignorant in that we've only just really played retail for the first time with this expansion. So but from what I've heard, like they've just kept what everyone raved about in Dragonflight and then just added even more sprinkles on top, which is kind of fucking logical to us dummies that's in front of the computer in terms of how you make your game. So, but I'm still having fun. I think you mentioned it like pods ago that I'm still in that phase where I just want to come home from work and play fucking retail every day. So it's definitely got me, and I'm probably like I play enough. I'm not like, it's not that I'm still enjoying it because I haven't got to play enough. I'm not on the forefront of the population, definitely not, but I'm still busy as fuck playing, and the things that it's making you do, well, not making you do, the things I'm choosing to do still feel really productive and fun to do. So
Marcus, I'll throw it over to you. Now, I know that you're in a position where you've been working a lot since the game came out and you haven't been able to play as much as you would like. But you were actually the person that first got me, you know, sort of not aware of, but mildly open to the concept of playing The War Within, because, you know, you said you wanted to give it a good nudge and you were like, you know, hey man, are you going to do it? And I was like, oh, not really, but I mean, talk to me about it. And you were like, yeah, they've got all this cool shit they're bringing in. Let's give it a go. Mate, of the little that you've played the game so far, like I said, same question. Honeymoon's over, baby. Are you sticking around?
Yeah, man. I'm really keen to get back into it. Like the PvP season started, that's my bread and butter. I've been following that a bit. Just like information coming out on it about Aaron Blitz and stuff like that, and there's a bit of weird stuff going on there. But I still think that like being able to engage on a solo level is a big win for me. Like with delves in PvE, I wouldn't PvE otherwise, I don't think. And being able to take a mate if I'm playing a healer into Blitz is just a huge win for me. And it doesn't really matter if everyone kind of stops if I'm still enjoying myself and that PvP hook is good, and I think it's going to be. I'll keep playing, man.
And that's the funny thing is I'm a huge PvP enjoyer, as you know, as well. And I've barely touched PvP in the War Within. The little that I have played, I've loved. The first week that the season dropped, I went out and got all my conquest shit straight away. Ubiquitous was there that day where I think you woke up Ubiquitous and I was already done capped for the week after like the first few hours. I loved it, but I just haven't gone back since just because I've been leveling other tunes. But we'll get to the PvP stuff soon for sure, Marcus. But Jason, I'll throw it back to you. Mate, we might move off of the general stuff now that I've got you warmed up and limber. I think the connection should be okay now. How are you going? Were we coming through okay for you then?
Yeah. As soon as we were like, let's just throw it around, then it's straightened out. So
that's the way. You pass the ball and you get results. That's the way.
Yeah,
look,
exactly.
Mate, let's get to the first meaty topic of the day, and this might be a bit of conversation for a while. But look, I just asked you, now that the honeymoon period is over, is this expansion good? And as he said, probably too early to say. You touched on in your answer, there are some issues that you might need to get the kinks worked out. And one of those issues might well be the topic that's on the tip of everyone's tongues right now is Mythic Plus and the general mood around the Mythic Plus season right now, the gameplay, the difficulty, how players are enjoying it and interacting with that system. Now, huge caveat, guys. I have never done a key. I've done 2 Mythic Zeros in my life, which was like 2 weeks ago with Ubiquitous and Lich and Parallax and the gang. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm reverting to pure interviewer who's just asking questions. So please bear with me as I say all this. If I say something that's clearly like, Josh, shut the fuck up, you've never done a key, just say so. But, mate,
okay.
it even...
Gladly.
Yeah, gladly, exactly. I keep abreast of the conversations, Jason. I've started visiting r/WoW for the first time in my life when I was only ever over at r/Classic WoW. I've for years I've seen the retail conversation on Twitter, even though I don't engage with it myself. I read it. You'd have to sort of be living under a rock to not realize that the gripes are really starting to come out en masse regarding Mythic Plus. Now, me as someone who's never engaged with Mythic Plus has been scratching my head going, whoa. This system's been around for years. Why the fuck is everyone so unhappy now? And I've unwrapped it a bit to realize that, yes, the squish did play into things a little bit, where the numbers that people are used to have now been changed, and that's had a mild effect on people's understanding of what difficulty dungeon they're kind of running. But then that might be a smaller issue to the concept of just, has the game... This is a very spicy topic, but have the devs gone too far with mid to high keys in terms of what's presented in front of you? Is like, obviously the game is supposed to be difficult at that high end, but is it too difficult? Which is such a weird thing to say, because obviously the answer might be, mate, if it's too difficult, then fucking do lower keys. Problem solved, bing, bang, boom, end of conversation. But my question that I'm really going to wrap this up in is the grumbling over Mythic Plus right now the start of the cycle that I mentioned, where people about 6 weeks in start to go, oh, actually, maybe the War Within isn't as good as we thought. Look at this dog shit.
Maybe. Maybe a little element of that, but I think it's cushioned by the fact that there is other stuff to do. If Mythic Plus really isn't your cup of tea, then perhaps don't do it. I would say, okay, there are a couple outliers. All right, there's a couple dungeons that are significantly harder than the rest of the pool, and there's a couple dungeons that are significantly easier than the rest of the pool. And we've seen some tuning changes already, and I expect that we're going to see more. Like, I think Blizzard is okay with having a spectrum of easy and difficult dungeons within a season, but I think the gap between, I would say, like, Mists of Tyrannosaith and Dawnbreaker are some of the easier dungeons in the pool this season, and the gap between them and Grim Batal and Stonevault is way too wide. It feels like you're playing a different game when you switch between those two. I think, there's part of the problem with Mythic Plus has always been the social engineering of it. People like pug keys incessantly, which I don't understand. I don't play with pugs. I don't pug keys. Occasionally I will grab a single pug DPS if I absolutely have to, if I'm trying to do a key for some reason and I can't find friends. Very occasionally I'll pug into something if it's like the easiest key of the season and I'm just trying to do stuff to fill up my vault. I just don't do it. I don't approach the game that way. I play with a very tight-knit community, and our tight-knit community is a small part of a wider community, and there are plenty of dedicated communities that exist to help you find people to do dungeons with and learn the ins and outs of the system and work your way towards your goals. Right now, a lot of the conversation is that it's too easy to gear out of the low keys from doing delves. So now people who don't, quote unquote, deserve to be in mid to high keys are in the queues, and there's not enough time in the season. So we don't have any enough information about people's history in Raider.io. So you don't know who's safe to invite. And these damn pugs are so bad at the game that they don't know how to kick on +7s, and they never should be doing them in the first place. This is the exact same conversation we were having when it was +17s, except for the Delves gear thing, right? It just took a couple extra weeks to get that key up from a +2 to a +17. But people, if you, I would occasionally grab pugs in that range. I mean, I remember the last time I grabbed a pug was at the end of Dragonflight. I was just trying to fill out Vault for the week. It was an affix combo where, I needed a Dispel. There was a Ret Paladin in queue, decent item level, decent score, fits the affix, bring him in, and he doesn't react to the affix as he's supposed to dispel one time in the whole dungeon. His DPS is horrendous. I don't think we timed the key. It's like these things happen. You have no social stakes with these people. You don't know what you're getting. You have to proceed at your own risk, and Mythic Plus is always going to be like that if you pug it. For my own purposes, this is the third week of the season, and we're about halfway done. I'll probably get some keys in tonight. I'll definitely get some in Sunday and Monday. I'm 2,200 rating. I got Keystone Master week 2. That's relatively unheard of for me. I'm, maybe 250 rating points or so away from my goal for the season. I'm doing +8s feel quite easy for my core group at this point. I'm doing 9s with, middling success. Haven't quite knocked down any 10s yet, but we can complete them. It's the first season of the expansion. We're coming in with the least amount of gear and power and knowledge of what we're doing with the classes. The tuning is in the wildest state it's ever going to be for this expansion. I am not panicking. I'm mostly having a good experience in Mythic Plus. I have some frustrations with the system and some of the changes to it, but I feel like it's been a successful entry into the season so far, and I feel rewarded for my time. I think combat feels fun, and I think the dungeon pool overall is pretty good. I would be frustrated too if I was blind pugging every single keystone I did and I didn't know what was going to happen. I totally understand that. I do think there are like tweaks that need to be made, but I don't understand how far people want Blizzard to go. This is a pinnacle difficulty activity at the top end, right? If you do it on +2 or +3, it's very approachable. Anybody can do that and get halfway decent rewards for it. If you get up to like +6, it's still pretty manageable, and you can get like heroic raid quality rewards, as the outcome of that. Heroic raid quality. Heroic raid is a lot harder than doing a +6 for most players, I think. If you want to get those big juicy +9s and +10s done, well, that rewards you at a Mythic raid equivalent level. It's going to be hard. If players' expectations are that they're going to go in there and knock that over for their free loot, like that's skewed, and they need to correct that. And I don't really know what Blizzard is supposed to do about, the concept of people frustrated at playing with each other. Like, you should probably seek out like-minded people to do group content with. It's much more rewarding that way historically over the last 20 years. So, it is the hot button issue. A lot of these changes are things that the really high-end Keystone runners have kind of demanded for years. Like, if you do a +12 or higher, there are no mechanical affixes in the dungeons. Nothing different happens in the dungeon other than what, the bosses and enemies do, except everything is just scaled in health and damage way higher. That's what they wanted, and apparently they don't like that very much at the moment. I was happy with the state of Mythic Plus throughout most of Dragonflight. I didn't think that these radical changes they made to the system were really necessary. I wasn't in love with the idea. I think the affixes themselves they brought in, the Xalatath focus stuff, probably needs a little adjustment and a little tweaking, and we saw some this week with the one that's up, like right out of the gate. But I think overall it works okay. The loudest voices in the community wanted those affixes gone, the stuff that happens on death or the stuff that happens on random timers that makes you react to it. These are things that people were banging the drum for years, and they got it, and now some of them don't like what they got. So, I don't know. I'm mostly in the camp of it's fine, and it's really going to be fine in a couple weeks as everybody gets their Myth Track gear and starts really powering up. A lot of us are 25 item levels shy of like max item level for the season. That's a lot of power left to be accrued. And, we're seeing class tuning. We're seeing dungeon tuning on a consistent basis. We're probably going to be in this season until like March. So I think some of the panic and consternation is a little overblown. But I certainly understand why the puggers are frustrated.
If I can throw it over to Yubi and Marcus, just hearing all of that from Jason instantly reminded of something from our not so distant past on the Season of Discovery side of things. My mind is taken back to Sunken Temple straight away, and if not a little bit of the Gnomeregan discussion as well when those raids came out, where it does seem like, is this the case with the Mythic Plus discussion right now, where it seems that WoW players are somewhat precluded to dive in over their heads to content maybe that they're not well geared enough for, and have expectations that they should be able to do the content regardless of what their gear level is. Oh, my gear's basically good enough. I should be able to knock over this content. And we saw, the first iteration of Sunken Temple comes out, not the stupid one for the first 48 hours, but the one that got nerfed to for the first week after that. And it seems to be in a challenging but not impossible spot where it was like, hey, this is quite hard, but once you get 2 to 3 weeks worth of raid gear, it will likely be pretty cruisy. And the players sort of revolted and said, we don't, that's not how this works. We want to do it now. We're not waiting 3 weeks to fucking gear up. And I posed the question at the time that a lot of people sort of balked at or laughed at, where I was like, is there a world where modern MMO gamers are kind of done with, an element of progression in their game? Now, I know that we say progression with regards to retail WoW, and obviously progression is, it's still a thing. For your high-end guilds that want to play the raid on the highest difficulty, they like slamming their heads against the wall, getting a bit of gear, getting it done over the weeks, and eventually overcoming the mountain. That's fantastic. Progression still exists. However, the casual player doesn't have that same relationship with the concept of progression. And what we are seeing is the majority of the game's player base, being the casual player, sort of thumbs their nose at any kind of hill to climb, where it's like, hey, you might struggle in a +6 or a +7 now, but if you spend 2 weeks gearing up, you might actually blitz it in a fortnight or so. And are people just not ready to wait, or is there validation to the point of, no, it's not that, this stuff is just too hard, this is bullshit?
You know, these days I've become a very big skeptic of the Reddit criticizer. I don't believe that they're a large chunk of the community. They're just the 10% that's the most upset, so therefore they're all the posts that are raging about Mythic. Maybe I'm completely out of the loop, because again, I'm super new to retail. I did a normal raid last week. That is the first modern raid I did since I did ICC in high school, like however many years ago. That's how out of retail I've been. I'm under the impression culturally that like no one's here stomping their feet that they can't do the Mythic raid. I think like 90% of retail just go, I'm too shit for that, and they don't care. They just go, I will never do the raid.
So why doesn't that apply to dungeons? Is it that the dungeons bring in an element of, I've been doing dungeons since day one, I have a birthright to do every fucking dungeon key under the sun?
I don't. That's what I mean. I'm not getting that impression that people are annoyed that they can't do things above 7, which is where it gets more punishing and more difficult. Because, like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but like, if it's gonna give you, I see it as, it's not an easier way to get mythic loot. It is a different way, because you don't want to do raid night with however many people, but it is still going to be hard. Like, it's not just oh, you're too shit to do mythic raids, but we'll baby you and give you mythic loot by giving them for nothing in dungeons. It's like, no. You have to be good to get mythic loot in retail. They're just offering you an alternative. It's not an expectation that you get to go get it, because, like, I haven't heard anyone screaming, going, this is bullshit, I can't do fucking 8s. They're too fucking hard. Out of the 30 guys that have all come from Classic that I'm playing with, we're just trying keys. Like, we have some guys that are just fucking giga gamers, like 10s across the board already. But for the rest of us, we're just chopping through 7, 8, and 9 the best we can, and no one's annoyed that it's hard. They were all actually coming back saying, this is super engaging difficulty, like, and it's, you don't feel like you don't feel tuned out of mythics, at least not the 7 to 10 range. I imagine you've got to be pretty fucking geared if you're trying to do 11s and 12s already. Most of the time we fuck up, it's because you stood in swirlies, bro. It's not because you're under-geared or it's over-tuned. You made a mistake, and that's at least how I've experienced Mythics so far. And this is the first time I've ever done Mythic dungeons. I think I did one in BFA ever. So I don't know. I'm skeptical. There's always going to be an upset crowd, and they're always the ones that will post going, this season is fucked. When maybe 80% of players are happily just trying to do a +6 Dawnbreaker, pug or otherwise. I pugged one this morning. Fucking smooth as. No wipes. So, I don't know, maybe I've just had a Rolls Royce experience so far this season, but most of my mythics have been pugging, and it's gone okay. Sometimes it's shit, that's what happens, but then if it's not my key, I'm not really upset about it. So
I want to swing back to Jason on everything you just said. They're ubiquitous, but first we'll go to Marcus, because Marcus, I know you haven't played a lot of the War Within yet, but you don't have to have played it to sort of weigh in on this topic. And, you went through Sunken Temple in SOD, and you know what I'm talking about. And I'll just repeat the question for you. It's kind of like, I'd love to hear you sound off on, is there is UB right? Is this just the fucking weird Reddit complainer that's not actually indicative of the player base on the whole, in reality? Or is there a feeling amongst the WoW player base that, for some reason gets applied to raids but not to Mythic plus dungeons, that no, I get to do all of this. I don't like the game telling me to stop at a certain difficulty. I've been playing this game for years. I think I know what I'm doing. I'm going to smash all the content, and if I can't, it's the game's fault, not mine. Talk to me about that whether it's entitlement versus sort of reality check argument there.
Yeah, there's got to be a degree of it, right? People have, done higher keys, X, Y, and Z expansion. They lob up to this one and kind of expect that they're going to be on the cutting edge or close to it because that's just how they feel as a player, and then they get the shit kicked out of them in a fucking 7. It's always going to be there, I think, and just it is tougher content from what I understand. And that can be a shock to people if you go in there with the expectation, oh, this is only a 7, you get bashed. Like that can be jarring too, and then that starts the whole rage train, and things snowball, bro.
So, Jason, let me throw it back to you, mate. We'll come around and we've got a bit more to go on this one. I think I'm quite interested in it. But, I know we lightly touched on it, but just to get a bit more into the number squish. So, basically if people aren't aware, and I'm barely aware of what all this means, but you'll know, Blizzard basically changed the way that the numbering system works for Mythic Plus. So, what was the old top, like a 30 or some shit? I don't know.
20 was where you stopped getting any kind of tangible reward from the game.
Okay.
Back up through Dragonflight Season 3.
Right. So what's the new 20?
So you now stop getting any kind of tangible reward at 10. Okay. 10 is the last rank where you get anything that actually provides you with any kind of power benefit or even cosmetic or quality of life to your character.
Oh, okay. So anything over 10 is pure dick measuring.
There's like a 0.1% title for people who push the highest rating in a region. There's a special title, but that is for like the absolutely elite players. It's not like a normal, typical goal for anyone to have.
So literally anything over a 10 is a pure dick measuring contest. It has nothing in it for them except for bragging rights.
It's straight EP. That's all it is. If you're doing an 11, you're doing it for peen. And if you're doing anything higher than 11, you're doing it for peen. That's it.
So that's like, and I'm such a fucking idiot. I only just found out that there's literally no benefit to do a tier 9, 10 or 11 delve either. Like 8 is basically just stop at 8. And if you're doing more, there's no point. So it's basically the same thing.
It's a minor point for the delves. You need to do a 9 and a 10 to unlock the extra hard version of the Zekvir layer or whatever. And even I don't even know if doing that gives you anything except the mount. So maybe that is all just EP extending. But I personally kind of like that because, in my opinion, you have to be pretty good to be smacking 10s across the board already or 11s. So you're talking about such a niche part of the crowd, and that's what they fucking want. It would probably be worse if it gave you better stuff that high. Like, when you're at that pinnacle of the game, showing their girth is all they really care about anymore. So I think it's kind of good that it just goes down that alley.
It's funny because we've had this conversation in the classic space a few times in recent memory where I've posed the question, if you had a raid that gave no extra benefit but purely was just the hardest content, would people do it? And arguments have split both ways on, yes, absolutely, there are gamers out there who are fucking insane and want to test their skills and will do this challenging content that gives them nothing, versus absolutely not. Why would you put it in there? Not a single person will do it if it doesn't offer anything. MMO players are only driven by rewards. So the whole Mythic Plus system is testament to whether or not people do it. Now, I don't know whether a great number of people do 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s. Jason, you can tell me that, but it's clearly something that exists for those that want it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a dedicated, very high-end community to pushing rating and earning those titles and everything. Those aren't the people who are complaining that people can't kick in +7s that they're pugging, right? There's always this sort of population of people who think that they're, one of the real sweaty, like high-ranking, I could have the title if I could just stop with these bad pugs, right? Those people are probably wrong, and their approach is wrong, and you're not going to title your way up to, the requisite rating for your region by pugging. That's just the way it is, really. I mean, you could get far if you have the patience, and I know a guy that I play with, or I used to play with all the time, who his schedule's all over the place now. He pugs so much that it's mind-boggling to me. Like, I don't know how you have the patience to do that. He's a healer too, so that's got to be really fun. But that's the space. I mean, I think the complaints about the difficulty of Mythic Plus and the state of the scene this far into the season, I feel like they're coming from people who are pretty like isolated in their approach to the game, and their expectations are maybe a bit skewed about where they should be at this point. Like, if you're that good, if you're that skilled and that dedicated a key runner, like why don't you have a team to play with? Find some other like-minded people and go do your keys. I don't think there's really fundamental problems.
Then you'll start to hear but I work and I don't have the time and it's not my fault. It's everything else's fault.
Right, yeah. There's always some reason why the organized play is out the window. And like, you know what, in some cases, maybe that's true. Maybe in most cases where people invoke that, it's true, but it doesn't really change anything. I mean, I think everything Yubi said was really on point. The whole idea that
don't say that. Don't talk him up. That's not good.
Yeah, I'm new here. I'm not allowed to be right.
I mean, well, the whole idea of people think they deserve it or whatever, but it's pinnacle difficulty content. It rewards the best stuff as you get to the top of the system. Like it's supposed to be hard. I just think about my own personal experience, and I mean, I've been playing keys on a weekly basis since it came out in 2016, right? I've seen every iteration of the system back when they used to bounce back and forth between, well, this season it's 10, and then next season it's 15, then the next season it goes back to 10, then back to 15, and then now we start adding stuff on at 20, and I've been through all the ups and downs and everything, and we've had much more difficult starts to the season in terms of like accruing rewards and getting those kind of things checked off the list that you want to do for the season and access to gear. I think of like the first season of BFA was really punishing compared to this. The first season of Shadowlands was horrendous compared to this. Now we are coming off of a season 4 where they let us acquire just god tier power basically for free. You got this currency that you could use to buy whatever raid weapons and trinkets you wanted, and stuff was tuned pretty favorably. And so if people really invested in that, they were just blasting. I mean, I was done with the Keystone system in season 4 in a couple weeks, just totally, done because it was the last 4 months of the expansion, and the whole point was go have fun with the content, Now we have to learn, tyrannical bosses on high keys are hard. They are in many cases harder than like heroic raid bosses. You have to learn the mechanics. You have to execute them. You have to have enough throughput to kill them before you run out of space or before that thing happens the 4th time or whatever. Right. I don't know what the disconnect is like, because you make a good point when you say like, well, retail players don't expect that they can just clear mythic raids. There's no expectation there that you're just going to log in and just, work your way through the raid. That's understood to be this challenge that's only for the most dedicated and organized teams playing at the highest levels. The dungeon system, for some reason, that logic doesn't apply. Maybe it's because it's a smaller group. Maybe because it's a thing that you can easily access via the finder in the game. And so that makes it a bit different, everyone is invited to participate in the Mythic Keystone system, and there's less of a delineation between a +2 and a +10 than like LFR to Mythic Raid or something, right? Like, I think maybe that has something to do with the mentality, because it is really true. Like, I also think, part of it, and I know it sounds like I blame everything on this, but when you look at sort of streamer culture and the high-end retail streamers, like, what are they doing all day? They can only raid once a week, right? You only get to kill the boss once a week, but what can you do all day long is you can do high keys, and people see that and they go, well, they're doing this all day. Why can't I do it too? Let me just get in there. Yeah. And then, you're pugging with somebody who can't kick, and now you're dead, and now you don't get to, rank up your key, and you don't get rating, and now everything is terrible, and the system's ruined, and the expansion's over, I guess. Like, this is not like an overarching, majority of players, I don't think. But the conversation is getting a bit more heated all the time as these people continue their frustrations.
One of the silly things I often come back to is like hearing that. I always like to do the pickup basketball analogy, where WoW probably has a bit more in common with pickup basketball and the pickup basketball scene than people realize. I'm not sure how many people play basketball or have gone down to the local park to try and play pickup games for a few hours. But, you talk about raiding, you talk about Mythic Plus, and Jason, you've touched on so much really well in terms of like, the difference between getting your crack team of friends together that can coordinate and do things over comms versus what, you know, maybe the nightmare experience with the pug might be at times. But, you know, it's like going down to the court and having the, you know, 5 group of friends that played college ball together for a semi-respectable program, just holding the court, winning game after game for 3 hours against, you know, John the accountant getting together with the 4 random motley people down at the fucking park that he's picked up for his 5 team to take them on, and being like, oh, you know, why can't we play at the same level they're playing? Well, you know, they're good and coordinated and they've played together a lot. You know, you don't get to just hold the court just because you come down here by yourself. You can barely dribble, and you hope that your other 4 teammates who just came down here in the same way that you did are going to be fucking Michael Jordan. Like, that's not really how pickup basketball works. Like, but it's also weird. This is another conversation about WoW Classic pre-mades in PvP that Marcus will get a laugh at, where I have always heaped shit on, you know, in this analogy, the pickup basketball team of 5 friends that are all semi-professional players wanting to dunk on accountants for 3 hours as though it's some great achievement, which is weird on their end as well. But anyway, I'm getting beyond the analogy here. But what I'm saying is, you know, the pickup scene is going to be the pickup scene. It's going to be weird. It's going to be a bumpy ride. And if you're not comfortable with it, then maybe you should start to get better and obviously organize your friends to own the court for a while. But I want to come to a comment from John, who said that, you know, touching on what we were talking about before in terms of entitlement, he goes, I think a lot of players look at their gear and say, oh, my eye level is higher than what this content drops, so I deserve this. I'm an above average player. And I do think that that's the mentality that a lot of WoW players carry into 5-man content. It's, you know, I've theoretically outgeared this. We should smash it. And then it doesn't pan out that way and they crack the shits at the game. So, you know, Yubi, I think that's something that you were kind of touching on before as well, in terms of like, you know, do we blame the game or do we blame the player? But
I think with the Vault, if I'm not mistaken, it kind of, because you could get such hectic rewards from that bad boy once a week, you kind of get inflated above your skill level via the Vault 1 week at a time, because it'll give you, like, if the Vault did not exist, I wouldn't have the tier that I have, because I wouldn't have had access to it. And I wouldn't have killed, like, I haven't even done the raid on Heroic yet. So, like, but I'm out here going, nah, bro, I'm like a Heroic tier big dick. Let me go into Heroic raids. It doesn't work that way. But I'm right up that alley with John. I agree with that heavily, where, you know, I see heaps of people that their best Dawnbreaker is a 2, and they want to go to an 8, because an 8 will give them an upgrade over their current 6-12 eye level or some shit. And it's like, you got to pay your dues. You miss the rush. Like, I missed the rush. I've got some fucking keys that are still a 4 and shit. And you got to bite the bullet and go, all right, I've got to do a 5 because I can't get into a 6. Sometimes you get lucky and a pug will take you and you can skip it, or you've got mates that will help you do a high key straight off the bat. But I'm certain that is a thing. They're going, I've only done a 2, but trust me, bro, I can do a 10. Let me in your 10. And then they're getting the shits when they either fail the 10 or don't get let into the 10. So you got to, I think people are just trying to skip the treadmill a little bit. But I am having so much fun doing the mythics themselves. I don't care. I'll do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I won't even try and skip a rank, and I'll pug half of them anyway. So, and I think the other thing is that I appreciate about the system is you don't actually really lose for losing. It's not like your rating goes backwards if you fail. You just kind of don't get the loot, or you don't upgrade the key, or whatever the fuck it is. As long as you clear it, you get the loot, I'm pretty sure. So I do like that aspect of it. And that also just means that you can, say, if John decides to become a PvE Andy, I can just go do a world tour of 2s and 3s with him to get him going. And like, he's off and going. So I like that aspect of it.
Well, to throw it back to you, Jason, just on this point, you know, we'll move on soon, but we've kind of thoroughly seemingly shot down or debunked this line of conversation around, you know, Are Mythic pluses the problem, blah, blah, blah. And you've sort of said, you know, this is what season 1 looks like. This is just how it goes. This is people who just like to complain. This is people who aren't gearing up the proper way, you know, or they're skipping steps and then doing the Pikachu face when they fucking reach failure. In having said all that, is there any meat on the bones of the point still standing that, look, Jason, I've heard everything that you've said, but I still feel that Mythic Plus feels different now. Like something has been dialed up or something's changed where they're not fun, they're overly punishing, and it has to be changed.
Maybe. I mean, I think it kind of depends on the sort of the approach there. What I see a lot of is people grousing about the other people they're playing with. There's really nothing anybody can do about that. You know, that it is ultimately it's your choice who you play with. But you know, I do think I'm not ready to call the affix rework an unqualified success at this point. I don't know. I think it's a mixed bag. We've seen, you know, the first couple affixes out of the gate. The first one, if you had like an AoE stun or fear or something in your group, it was pretty easy to deal with. You know, drop a ring of peace on it and, you know, get your buff. Last week's was a lot of repositioning and movement, and it also misbehaved with some bosses, and, you know, they fixed that, but that also sort of adds to the frustration. This week's is very disruptive. It tends to pop at like a bad time on a boss where you need to kill a different ad or break a shield or something, and now you got to divert to this thing or hope you can cleave it and kill the thing you're trying to kill that's taking reduced damage. Players were sick of the old affix combos and the push weak kind of thing it would create when you had an easy combo versus a hard combo. You know, they complained about it for years, and this was Blizzard's attempt to try to do something different. I think like the average player probably really just wants a world with no affixes at all. They just want the dungeons to be the dungeons, and I'm not sure that Blizzard is totally willing to do that. Maybe this was like the final kind of straw. Like, let's do this. Let's pull out everything that we know is affixes. Some affixes have been in the game since 2016. Let's throw those in the garbage, and we're going to try this different concept. And if this doesn't stick, then maybe we'll just forget it and we'll just have tuning. We'll see. I mean, I think that I could see that going either way. I don't see them ever going back to the old affix system, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, they're either going to continue to iterate on this, or maybe this is the last step out the door. I think I think another thing that's really contributing to the frustration is the affix that kicks in at +7, where your death timer, there's a death penalty when you die. So a death is 5 seconds against the timer. On 7s and above, it goes to 15, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but the timers are pretty tight. Like, you can't afford to be dying a lot in these keys if you want to time them. And the only way to progress your keystone rank and to really like learn the system and learn how to do higher keys and get better rewards is by timing the dungeons. So I don't love it. When they first announced it, I'm like, okay, well, like once we're up and running and once we're in the swing of things, it's going to be like a non-affix because, you know, you're going to know what to do. You're not going to die. You're going to have gear. You're going to have practice. But right now, you know, there's plenty of situations where I've been in where like we brick a 9 because somebody did something stupid on a boss and there's just no time to recover from a boss wipe. Whereas in the past, it might've been possible, you know? So, you know, I think there's some things to look at potentially tweaking, with those kinds of things. And John in chat also makes a good point about the key rank dropping and all that. That is frustrating. I've said on Starting Zone many times that, you know, Blizzard is too precious with the keys. You should just be able to do whatever key you want, but we're still in that Mythic Plus 1.0 iteration of like, you get a key every week and it's a random dungeon and it's based on the recent dungeons that you did. And, you know, that's it. You get that one. They've made some improvements, but it's still the same basic concept. Whereas, like, wouldn't it be better as almost like a UI element or something? Like, I've done this dungeon on this rank. I want to try it on this rank again. Or I want to try it like one rank lower than my highest, you know? I guess their concern is that it might like disincentivize people from running harder dungeons, which it would. I mean, I guess it's valid because people wouldn't run the hard dungeons if they didn't have the key, right? Like you do it to get your +10 and get your portal, and maybe you'd convince your friends to go with you if it has some loot you really wanted. But yeah, I think some things like that, they could be a little bit less precious with the key distribution and open the system up a bit more. It's not like I mean, I think there's definitely things to address, but I also think I don't know. All I can say anecdotally is from what I've seen people complaining about on the internet, and the complaints mostly seem to be about these people and their delves have too high item level and they're not good enough to be in my keys and they're ruining my dungeons. That's what I'm reading and hearing.
I want to jump on that for a second, if that's okay,
Yeah.
Jason. And thanks so much for joining, you new guys. I will get you involved in a couple of minutes here, so sit tight. I'll get with you. Jason, I want to piggyback off of that as Lich lovingly heckles you from the crowd. Hey, Lich, how you going, mate? Did my first ever Mythic Zero with Lich the other day, or like 2 weeks ago, so that was a lot of fun. And that's something that I've really been enjoying about retail is taking the headache away from 5 years with Classic, where I've got a friend who plays on a different server to me, and it was just so easy to link up, and we just did it. We invited each other. We had a couple of people in America, a couple of people in Australia. Doesn't fucking matter what server you're on. Friends got to play together, and we had a laugh, and we got some content done. And I was just like, that's such a foreign concept to me, coming from Classic, where it's like, hey man, what server you on? What faction you on? Oh, wrong answer. Can't play together. Sorry, brother. Brother, love you. Bye. You know what I mean? But anyway, Jason, one of the complaints that you're talking about that I've spotted on the subreddit just over the last couple of days, the big one is, and you'll know more about this than me, is people complaining about the 15-second penalty, saying it feels, rather punitive, really being slapped with those 15 seconds over someone dying. You'll be able to talk about that. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But the other thing, that's point number one. Point number two is on the delve. Well, let's do that first before I get to the delves. Is this 15-second thing feeling like a bit much, or it's just same old complaints?
No, I mean, right now I think it does feel quite punitive because we're learning, right? Even familiar dungeons that are back in the pool have different wrinkles, and there's a learning curve. And so it's, the other thing that happens is that, so you can still get rating for a key that you haven't timed. Okay, there's a threshold of time. If you complete the dungeon within that threshold, that you'll still get some rating, not as much as if you would have timed it. But because of the penalty, like if you have 2 boss wipes, well, forget it. You're not getting anything out of this run except completion credit for your vault and whatever is in the end of run chest, which, that's a crapshoot. You get 2 pieces of loot for 5 people, and it could be anything in the entire dungeon's table. So it is feeling punitive. I think it's cost me a bit of rating here and there, which at this point doesn't matter a lot. Like, I'll get the rating that I want for my rewards for the season. Undoubtedly, I don't need it the 3rd week of the season, but I think the demoralizing thing is, I mean, again, I have a tight-knit group of like dedicated key runners. We've been doing keys together since the system existed, and we get our Keystone Hero 2500, get our +10s and portals and all that stuff. Not the 3rd week of the season, but we get them. But, right now we sort of get stuck in this thing where we're doing an 8 and the 8 feels really easy, and then we do a 9 and then it goes completely wrong, and then we get back down to an 8, and then something stupid happens in the 8, and because of the, we have some stupid boss wipe because of a mechanic going off, and then, okay, well, we just lost a whole minute on the timer from that, and now we got to run back and reset, and now we got to hope we don't make any more mistakes, and oh no, now we're back down to a 7, and so now we got to hope we can like +2 this 7 so that we could do a key that feels relevant or rewarding, like twisting those 9s into 8s, and like failing an 8 is like the worst feeling right now when we're trying to work our way up the ladder, and some of that stuff wouldn't be as pronounced without the death timer penalty. But I don't think it's going to matter in a couple weeks as people get gear and practice is the biggest thing. Like knowing what's going to happen, how it's going to look, what it's going to look like, what to do, how to react to it. And, you know, seeing all the affixes in rotation. We haven't seen them all yet. We've only seen 3. We have 1 new one coming in next week. You know, there's nuance to learn about how they interact with different situations in the dungeons. I mean, there is a learning curve to this system. It is not just go in, blast, and come out the other side with your rewards. You have to literally master the dungeons in order to, you know, achieve your goals in the system.
On that note, let me throw it to the rest of the crowd here. Thank you so much for joining, everyone. And I was hoping we'd rope in John, and it sounds like he's heard enough that he's gone in here as well. John, just wait a minute, because I'll get to these other guys that have been waiting a bit longer than you. Big welcome to 5-Shot, mate. How are you?
Good. How are you, Josh?
Good, really well, mate. Thanks so much for joining. And we've also got Denethar here, mate. How are you?
Doing well, doing well.
Good. Hey, guys, look, let's start. We got Sinner as well, mate. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Look, let's throw it to you guys. So we'll try to sort of go in that order or just jump in whenever. 5-Shot, Denethar, Sinner, and John. 5-Shot, mate, hearing, and Jason's done such a phenomenal job just riffing on all this stuff that we're throwing at him about the Mythic Plus gripes that the community's going through at the moment. The point I kind of wanted to needle in on now, and please by all means feel free to say whatever you wanted to say. You probably heard a bunch of stuff that you wanted to sound off on, and I'm sort of forcing you down a particular direction now. But just on the delves, like I think this is an interesting thing that's worth picking up on. Have the devs, in your opinion, perhaps miscalculated the effect of delves on the content, in that is there something to the point that Jason has raised that many, you know, casual players like myself are blasting delves thinking they're God's gift to content and kind of skipping the dungeon learning curve and then diving in too hard to the deep end when they get to the keys?
Well, I didn't hear a lot of his answer. I kind of jumped in and I was scrambling for my headset. But with delves, I think that I think Blizzard lacks a lot of focus sometimes, and I have mixed opinions on what endgame dungeons should be like. I don't particularly like the whole Mythic Plus thing. I'm more of a PvPer, but I think that there is room in the game for like hard dungeons with like really fascinating boss mechanics and just really tough things instead of just blowing through all of it. But delves have been really fun for me. I mean, I haven't really had an issue.
Alrighty, apologies for all the Discord pings there. My wife is messaging me non-stop because she's very happy she just got some work finished. Let's throw it over to Denethar. Mate, piggybacking off of a 5-Shots thing there. Appreciate 5-Shot that you might not have gone in too hard in the paint to this stage, but Denethar, same question. Do you feel that delves, I mean, we haven't really talked about, it's a brand new system that a lot of people do seem to enjoy, but like good, bad on the whole, but also good or bad for the Mythic Plus scene?
I think it's the way that Blizzard has kind of bumped it up to, I feel like it's artificially inflated. The gear that you're getting 616 in your vault from doing a tier 8 delve, that is ridiculous. That's equivalent to a 5 keystone. Yeah. And there's no way that a tier 8 delve is equal to a 5 keystone in difficulty. So I definitely think that's partly to blame for this, because if we were getting champion gear from the delves, all the casuals would be happy because they were, oh man, this is better than I got from before. But I don't think that delves are really filling the niche that Blizzard thought, because now all of the Mythic Plusers are feeling like they have to go do delves, and the Heroic Raiders are feeling like they have to go do delves to fill out their vault, and it's turned into a whole mess. And I just think that Blizzard kind of miscalculated on who was going to be wanting to do the delves.
Yeah. And I understand where the average player is coming from, Sinner, because like hearing everything Denethar just said, I know what kind of a player I am. And like, you know, I look up that, you know, Bible of a table of where all the eye level stuff is, what content you have to do to get what gear. And I felt it straight away, even as a non-retail player, even as just a fucking average player. I was like, whoa, Delve tier 8 gives 616. That's fucking amazing. So what do you think all I've been doing is Delve tier 8s and going like, it's so, hey, I'm on a blood DK. That's the meme. It's so fucking easy. Death Strike, go burr. Pick up all my 616 gear. Thanks for coming. But like, I would then go, okay, what do I need to get better gear? Oh, I've got to do a +4 or a +5. I guess that's what I'll do, even though I haven't done a +1, 2, 3, or 4 or whatever. And I wouldn't cut my teeth on the quote unquote simpler or easier keys, thinking that why would I do that? I don't get an upgrade out of it. So I see the issue. And the question is just whether this was the correct rollout of the system. Sinner, how have you felt about it so far?
I can't really comment on delves. I ended up not getting the War Within, so all my Mythic Plus stuff is from previous expansions.
Okay, got you. All good, all good. Well, look, I'll tell you what. I'll throw the same question to John. John, you heard that one. What do you think?
I'm sorry. What was
That's all right.
Compared to M plus?
No. I'll repeat the question. That's all right. Fucking all I was saying was, is the gear that a Delve tier 8 has been rewarding a mistake by Blizzard, and has it created a problem? Like, is this what people are complaining about? Is it a valid complaint when it's like all these fucking people are jumping into +4 and +5s, having not done any other lower key before, and they don't know what the fuck's going on, and they're the reason that the public experience is horrible, because they're smashing delves, got all this gear, and they're not learning and cutting their teeth on easier keys.
It's the group former's problem for inviting those guys. You can see their key history with the add-on, and if you're inviting someone to your 5 that hasn't done anything above a 2, then guess what, brother? You've griefed yourself. Form better groups.
I mean, Blizzard hasn't included that in there, so you don't even need Rio for that. As far as like that, I don't think so. I mean, I like how the delve system works. Like my main and my primary alt, they've outgrown delves. But it's cool that I can, do a little bit of time and do 2 delves, and then, okay, cool. When I decide that I want to work on my 3rd or 4th guy, I don't have to start from scratch. And I can feel like, okay, he's kind of powerful enough, and he can start to immediately get into, some meaningful or interesting content. So I don't think that the delve system itself is bad.
So, but on that point, if I can push you a little bit,
or rewarding.
If I can push you a little bit, that sounds all well and good for an alt. That's wonderful. Oh, I know how to, you, and I lovingly ribbed you and Ubiquitous in the Discord the other day, John, going, people have to remember that you guys are what I would call pretty fucking decent, good players. And that, you approach this game a certain way where you can blast high content. You'd be right in the conversation there with Jason, I'm sure, who does fucking very high level content. You're good players. You're comfortable with the game. And, this system is wonderful for you, John, to bypass a lot of steps with your alts. It would become a bit of a different story for the casual player whose skill level is maybe lower, who's doing it on their main, wouldn't it? If it's like, oh, I'm not just, blasting on an alt so that he can come to my fucking heroic raids or whatever the fuck it is. Now it's, I'm a casual, this is my main, I'm going to go get 616 gear in Delve tier 8s, which are actually rather simple. And then, like I said, go full Pikachu face when I think I'm then prepared for the harder content and it fucking blasts me.
But that's not an issue with the system. That's the person and their expectations. And if anything, it actually helps them, because now if you could be woefully overgeared for your 2, 3, or 4, it gives you the opportunity, if you want, to pay attention and find out what the bosses are supposed to do.
But sorry, if I can just interject, but doesn't the system have some small part of blame in that if they are rewarding such high level gear and creating a scenario where the casual player is now robbed of a meaningful reason to go to the start of the key system? Because whilst if the only reason to go is to learn the dungeon as opposed to get the gear, can you see that the split in mentality over that?
Oh, I get that, but that to me is more of a player issue. That's not really a systems issue. That's a system helping you, and you not understanding, like, hey, they just threw a life vest at you. You should pick it up. And I just feel like that's, people that are feeling a lot more entitled than what they should. And you're supposed to learn. You're supposed to learn the content. Now, if you want to say that, hey, what can Blizzard do better? Absolutely, they can. I don't think the Dungeon Journal was great in Cataclysm. But that's because the only thing in Cataclysm, the only mechanics that were in a dungeon were with the boss. And it had to kind of tell you what happened. Now you've got trash packs, which are way more important and just as dangerous as any bosses. I mean, there's certainly some pulls that you don't really want to pull these two packs together. But they don't give you that information. You have to essentially download like MDT to really get any sort of information as to, okay, this mob just hit me for X amount of health. You are now forced to go to a Wowhead to find out, okay, what is this ability? Who cast this? And there's nothing in game. So I think that Blizzard should do something with that. I would love to see that. But when it comes to, oh yeah, I'm overgearing through delves, there's nothing wrong with that. I think that people do want to get their character to feel stronger. And your character is stronger. But the reason why you're failing your key is not your throughput, is not your DPS. It is you're failing a mechanic and you don't know how it works. And if you don't want to learn how it works, you just want to muscle through it, that's cool. It's just going to take you a heck of a lot longer because you're going to need way more gear.
John, let me tee you up. Sorry, finish off.
And like when you start a key, you have to do a 0 to get a key. Boop, and then you get a 2. So you're it's not like, oh, hey, I'm like, I'm sure in a couple of weeks everybody's going to be 619 item level and think that they're going to smash through stuff, and that they're still going to struggle because they don't understand what their team is doing, or they're blowing up all the shards on Skarmorax and they have no idea. They're surprised that why did we all die? Oh, healer's obviously terrible, and that's just you not playing the game correctly.
I said +1 before. Is there no such thing as a +1?
No.
Oh, okay. So that's the funny thing.
There's no year 0 and there's no +1.
Gotcha.
Yep.
You'd be shocked, Jason, at how little I know about retail. Like, even though
it wouldn't shock me.
But more like I've played so much over the last month, and I've really, people would laugh at this, but I've kind of been approaching it like 2004 vanilla, where like I've just been playing, man. I haven't been spending time online reading about how everything works, and I should be, because I've got I don't know what fucking adventurer and mythic gear and get your fucking your crafting thing that you need is rare, and gilded fuckstones, and I don't fucking know what any of this shit is. You know what I mean? I just play the game. I don't care.
Yeah. I mean, I've had a kind of a fun experience lately because a friend of mine, like, who I used to play with back from Burning Crusade, the guy who taught me how to tank and taught me how to think about the game back in Burning Crusade, he's been out forever. I don't know how long. Cataclysm, I think, was the last time he really played seriously. And, we got back in touch recently under not great circumstances, unfortunately, but, it was nice to connect with him. And then he hit me up like, hey, man, how's the expansion? Like, I'm thinking of playing it. And I'm like, well, I'm really no judge, right? Because I pretty much have just weathered the ups and downs for years, but everybody seems to really be enjoying it. And so he's been back in and really playing at his own pace. And I'm just, it's sort of like trying to feed like a wild deer or something, right? Like, I don't want to push him. I'm not, but I've spent like a couple hours with him in Discord, just like explaining stuff to him and answering his questions and telling him about stuff that got changed over the years and all that. And it's been pretty funny to have that kind of play out, and it seems like he's really enjoying himself. So it's been great to reconnect with him over the game too.
Oh, good
I
stuff.
think that's the kind of thing I've seen more with this expansion, I think, than a lot of previous ones.
All right, well, let me open up this. I promise we'll move off the Mythic Plus conversation after this final question, but I want everyone in the group to get involved if you've got something to say on this one, okay?
I just want to chime in real quick on the Delves item level thing, because I think I think two things are true. I think that Blizzard could have just rewarded normal raid level gear, champ gear, as the top end of Delves, and it would have satisfied that player base. And who knows, maybe that might be a thing to look at for season 2. But the thing is, the way it came out, they have this hero track gear on offer. And then you saw the whole fiasco around tier 8 tuning that week that the old Blizzard kind of mentality kicked in, and they went, these people are getting too rewarded from doing this. We gotta put the screws to them. And then the backlash to that, and they reverted all the delve tuning. Like, you can't change it, right? Like, this is how you set up this season. And maybe, like, it's okay. It's the first season, and we got a lot of stuff coming with the 20th anniversary event and everything that's going to give people new stuff to do and new stuff to chase. So maybe it's okay. And then when 11.0.7 comes out, you release a blog post that's like, hey, here's some itemization changes coming in War Within Season 2, and we're dialing back delve rewards because of this. And, I think that's okay. I would be satisfied with my alt stable to get upgradable normal raid gear, get my 4-piece, get my transmog. I think, to me, that would still be worth the time investment, and it would give the casual players who don't really want to play multiplayer PvE a nice on-ramp to just collect cool stuff, I mean, the transmog is a big part of it, I think. Just having that stuff is cool. Having the set bonuses is cool, and I think they could offer that without really skewing it. Because, if you use item level as the only barometer of, like, what you're supposed to be doing, that it doesn't apply to Mythic Plus. There's so much you need to know. I mean, that's a good point too about, like, you do kind of need MDT or you need a group that's learning together, because you don't know what the mobs in the dungeons do. And they've made a real conscious design decision to make a dungeon a holistic experience, right? Like, the bosses are hard and the trash is hard, and you need to know what to do in all these different situations, but they don't provide you a lot of that information up front. So, I think there are opportunities there, and I don't know. If they said, you know what, we're rolling back Delve's upper end reward to normal equivalent, 3 out of 6 normal track, or I think normal track's actually 4 out of 8 normal track. I don't know. I mean, people would be mad about it for a little bit, but just because, they're taking something away that we used to have, but I think the landscape overall would survive. Thered still be compelling reasons to do the delve row for your vault if you were, not a main raider or whatever. And it would skew the item level thing quite a bit less.
All right.
But sorry to interject a bit.
Jump in.
Isn't also the problem that we talk about, people don't know the trash mechanics, people don't know the boss mechanics when they step into Mythic. We have normal dungeons and heroic dungeons, but we are too afraid to, or Blizzard is too afraid to actually add any meaningful mechanics that could wipe you. Because wiping in those type of dungeons is generally not considered acceptable. Is that something that we should just accept? That we can't actually have people die in this type of content, because that would make them sad.
I know where you're going with this, and I agree with you. And John and I think Ubiquitous a little bit, have talked about this in the Discord recently, where we seem to agree that, I don't know, it's tough because, like you say, you want to get people, off on the right foot with the expansion and having a good time, and you want the casual player to, not rage quit after 1 week because things are difficult or they're wiping or whatever. But personally, and I keep saying, guys, like, I'm a pretty casual fucking player. The only thing that doesn't make me casual is time. Yes, I play fucking 80 hours of WoW a week. Okay, whatever. But what I'm doing in game is exceedingly casual. I'm herbing. I'm doing normal dungeons. I'm leveling 35, alts. I'm not doing top tier content. That's why I still call myself a casual. But what I'm getting at is, casuals like me, I still would have appreciated at least heroic dungeons. Like, I really was fearful of walking into a heroic dungeon, which all the retail players I know now, and now I know, laughed at. Because I was like, oh man, I don't know if I should go to a heroic. Like, they're going to kick my ass. My gear's not that great. And then I went and did one, and it was ridiculous. And to the point that I thought this thing, I'm reading up on the dungeon journal and going, fuck, what's going to happen in here? None of that mattered. It is pure, fucking vanilla dungeons, mechanics don't matter. Just people will laugh about vanilla mechanics, but you know what I mean. It is brute force. You will kill the boss in fucking 23 seconds, if that. We won't even get to the first mechanic. Just roll over and do the content. I thought that was bad because I'm like, okay, now I've done a whole bunch of heroic dungeons and I'm ready for Mythic Zero. And I literally have no idea about a single mechanic of any fucking dungeon boss because I have barely seen it or had to worry about it outside of, reading about it on paper in the dungeon journal. I need to see that shit. I need to do the thing to get the practice to know what's coming for me in the harder content. And like, I don't know. I personally think it's odd to have maybe not as much normal, but kind of normal and heroic dungeons just be like non-content.
Well, my thing about that is, it's match made. You can just queue for it and you end up with what you end up with. So I think it's okay that it's sort of like, it's relatively pointless. It's just like a small speed bump on your way up the gearing process. Or, it's also a vector to deliver quests. Do the weekly dungeon and then you get, your rep reward. I think the thing is they really wanted Mythic Zeros to have a bigger niche this expansion. And since this changes in Dragonflight Season 4, like you want that dungeon experience. You want to really chew on a dungeon. Okay. Mythic Zero is for you. You can go in there. You have to have a pre-made group. There is no timer. There is no completion percentage you have to worry about. There's no competitive aspect of this mode. This is where you can have that like small group dungeon experience, that maybe you miss from years past. The problem is I don't really think that there's actually an audience for that. I think people say, okay, well, I could do Mythic Zero. Oh, there's a harder version of the Mythic Dungeon and I got to do X, Y, and Z, but then I get better loot. Okay, I'll try that. And then it sort of gets left behind. What they've been doing in the midway patches of expansions is they introduce what is called a mega dungeon. And a mega dungeon is usually like 8 bosses. So it's like literally twice the size of a typical dungeon. It is tuned to be a bit harder than like a standard mythic dungeon. It rewards better gear. It's a much more, it's really like a type of dungeon progression. And so maybe like that niche presents itself a little bit better in Season 2. I do think there is an audience for that type of content, but the problem is that if you don't really incentivize them, then they are going to try to move on into stuff that they don't like. They don't like the timers. They don't like the completion bar. And, so they're already frustrated going into the mode, but they feel, I'm sure that, especially with the way Mythic Zeros are set up in this expansion and comparing them to other types of content you can get rewards from, what kind of shelf life are Zeros going to have? I think that balance is a little out of whack if they really want to have that dungeon slice that's for the casual dungeoneer who wants to hang out with their buddies, go through a dungeon at their own pace, not be penalized for deaths and stuff like that beyond okay, you got to start the fight over or whatever. I think there's probably more they could do to make that stand out, but it's a tricky balance. I mean, at some point it's like, why do I want to do that? Even if I'm having fun with my friends over doing a delve, where does the Mythic Zero live in that landscape?
I'd love to see them just slap Mythic Zeros on like looking for group, random dungeon finder style, and like make them slap Mythic Zero specifically, like raw number completions in the same row as delves, because I would genuinely rather run like 10 Mythic Zeros for the sake of like just absolutely perfecting dungeons.
100%.
It's the same, it's just weaker. And I would rather do that than do 8 delves on my own. Even
100%.
because immediately, look at what we're doing. You go do 8 Zekvir lairs in like 16 minutes to get your vault row done, and that's delves done, because even bountiful delves are dog shit gear for people that have been playing a lot already. So like we've already min-maxed delves out of the game. I'd love to just see that row become another, like you're just spamming Mythic Zeros, and it doesn't have to give something powerful. It can still just give like 613 or whatever the fuck. But then at least that's an option for people to practice.
Yeah, I agree, and it pumps up. It pumps up the people,
I like
helping people learn.
Those two together. Yeah.
Sorry, say that again, Jason.
I think I think that's a good call. Like I think there's probably more crossover with the Mythic Zero audience and the Delves audience than the Mythic Zero audience and the Keystone audience.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I know like it's tidy to have Raids Dungeons World, but maybe it's more based on sort of the the level of commitment you're making to the system than like where in the game the system occurs. I think there could be something to that. I think to kind of combine those into a row. It would be weird. I don't know. They'd have to come up with some new terminology for it, but I think it would serve that audience better.
Sinner, you were gonna sorry, 1 second. Sinner, you were gonna say something, and then whoever that was, jump in.
The thing about what we talked about before with it's random group and whatever. We can remove players from groups, and I don't think it's unreasonable for people who completely go in like, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to go in here and mess around and mess everyone else up. Like if I went to a pickup basketball game and started kicking the ball, people would remove me. Like it's that simple. I think catering to the people who don't care about others' time, catering to people who don't want to learn, then maybe they shouldn't be able to finish even heroics. Like the cost further down the line is higher than having someone be sad that they couldn't finish a key because they did everything wrong.
Sorry, who was that earlier who just jumped in there? Go for it.
That was me. So what I was going to say is Blizzard really shot themselves in the foot with Mythic Zeros because in Dragonflight Season 4, they rewarded champion gear, which was great. So you could run it, you get champion gear. Then they decided they were going to change Mythics to you could do it once per day, but they were only going to award veteran gear. And instantly, everybody said, well, I don't care about this anymore then because it's not going to give me anything useful. That very first week before Keystones were released, people were running Zeros. After that, there's just no point.
I would love to see some non-speed run hard dungeons. Mythic Zero is like way too easy for competition or feeling rewarded for like overcoming something hard. Blizzard giving us Mythic Zero feels like the man on The Simpsons who says to Lisa, like, I have a ball, perhaps you'd like to bounce it.
Very good. Very good. Jeremy Sion. Okay, look, this was the last question. John, I'm going to tee you up with this one. No pressure. I just feel like you'd be a good starting point here. Last thing on Mythic Plus before I move on to the next topic of healing, which will be nice and spicy. Look, again, I'll just say, just to go to the other side of the coin, is there anything, before we leave this topic, to the point of, look, clearly, whether it's a difficulty or fun issue, clearly something is different with Mythic Plus. It's not just your number squish or anything like that. There is just so much outgoing damage, and I don't believe these guys because obviously I haven't done a Mythic Plus, so I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just saying this to be a devil's advocate. There is so much outgoing damage happening, so many swirly, so much unavoidable damage, so many interrupts to take place. The healers are under the pump. The fucking DPS, there's so much pressure on them to avoid, whilst obviously maintaining their rotations. And I know so many people want to say, mate, that's gaming. That's the game. What do you want? But have the devs actually dialed it up to 11 when they shouldn't have in meaningful content? A lot of people on the subreddit are really complaining about, and I know this has been a thing for a little while now with WoW, but they're really going hard in the paint on the War Within. To a certain extent truly feels like nameplates the game. All I'm doing is staring at mobs' nameplates because I'm terrified of these interrupts and one-shots going off. Healers have their eyes glued to nameplates and struggle to go with the vast array of environmental damage going out. DPS are just staring at nameplates. Tanks are staring at nameplates. There's so much going on. It's hard to enjoy the game and just do the do. Do you feel like that's the case or not so?
I don't. I mean, I do. There's they have changed a lot of their dungeon design to where it's a lot more interesting, and it's more important that everybody knows how this particular mechanic works. We were talking about earlier, like with Stone Vault, like that's everybody has to know how all of those bosses work. That includes DPS, that includes the tank, that includes the healer. I kind of like that. I think that the biggest issue that I wish that Blizzard would take a look at is reverting the because once upon a time, if you stun somebody, I do like a tiger kick. Boom! Yeah, I spin around in a circle. Everybody gets stunned. That puts their ability on cooldown. That's not like that anymore. Now it's I have to commit a kick or an interrupt for this specific ability, because anything else isn't going to work. It's going to buy me time, but that's it. If they were to revert that, that would help alleviate a lot of that damage. And if you're looking at the behavior of, I want my players to get better and understand, like, oh, hey, this bad thing is happening, I have a way to counter that. That just makes, from a player standpoint, it just feels better because now I have a way to counter this thing. And it also lets people be a lot more aware, and it's not like, oh, you have to save your kick for this. This is the only reason that you have this kick. And it just lets people use more of their toolkit, in my opinion.
All right, guys, this one's for the group. Everyone go nuts. I mean, I'll just add in the one thing I forgot to say is, amongst all the mayhem, has Blizzard gone too far? You obviously weave in the weak aura factor as well, and people are just like, mate, this game has just turned into fucking weak aura and nameplate watcher. I don't feel like I'm playing the fucking dungeon anymore. Is there anything to it?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
I feel I am tracking nameplates a lot, but it's making me play the game more. I love that I'm using my AoE blind to help the party out on trash packs. Although it is an add-on saying fucking crowd control, motherfucker, because there's 9 mobs casting something that's going to blow the tank up. And, the balanced druid used his silence on the last pack. So now I know, I try to be the insurance player in a run. Sounds lazy, but if I see other people using their shit, then I'll know to use my stuff next pack. I'm always the second filler. And I love that. I'm having a fucking blast with it. Sapping a target to skip a pack has been a thing in retail for a long time, if I'm not mistaken, in the pathing. Just little things like that are fun. If it was all just a bit more brain dead and it was just zug AoE every pack, kind of like what we had been doing in Classic or like Heroics, I'd probably be a bit disappointed. But maybe it's unpopular to enjoy how difficult everything has been so far.
Is it, I'll keep you guys rolling next in, but I'll just again add this one in, given what the guys are saying. Is it, no, the devs have gone too far, they're maniacal? Or is it, like we kind of touched on, if you get to the point where it all gets a bit much, the game is telling you you've reached your skill cap. So either stay there or back down. It's not the game's problem, it's yours.
I think it's definitely a little bit of both. I think there are a lot of mobs that have spellcasts that could be interrupted, and then they have spellcasts that should be interrupted, and then there's ones that have to be interrupted. And the player base needs to learn that going in. Blizzard doesn't really do a good job of broadcasting that, and so we have to use add-ons, Plater, Threat Place, Weak Aura, something like that to cue us into, oh, I've got to interrupt this. This is a big one. But it's more difficult now because in Season 4, we still had the ability to stun interrupt. Now we don't. Now you have to commit a kick. Most kicks have 15-second cooldowns, some 20 or more. I think the Shaman is the only one that has a 12-second cooldown on their kick. But, the other thing, as far as the difficulty goes, the only thing that I would say could contribute to this season being more difficult than the last couple of seasons is that it's Season 1, and everybody's gear is dog shit in Season 1. Even when you're geared, air quote geared, your percentages are still lower in Season 1 than they're going to be in Season 3 or Season 4. So you're not going to do as much damage. You're not going to have as much haste. Your mastery isn't going to be 150%. So, yeah, Season 1's always more difficult. But this time, since we don't have the lead-up ramp of Mythic Plus, we're jumping straight to what was once a plus 12. Now people are like, oh, it's too hard. I did it too, and it's too difficult for me. Yeah, because you're doing a 12 and you don't know what you're doing. So yeah, it definitely comes down to it's a player issue, but also Blizzard has kind of kicked the stool out from under the player base and said, well, this is now high level content only. There's no more ramp to get to it.
All right. Anyone else on this one before
Yeah.
we move on? Go for it.
I mean, I think everybody raises a lot of good points there. I mean, overall, I have to say this is, to me, it's nowhere close to the worst season 1 we've had in terms of difficulty at the high end.
No, not even close.
You know, me, like I'm not a 1%er. I'm a pretty strong Keystone player. Like I'll toot my own horn a little bit. You know, I mean, but I invest a lot of time in the system, and I have dedicated teams of people.
Toot on. I'll toot it for you because I actually didn't realize Ubiquitous hit me up the other day because he's only just new to you, Jason, and just introduced to the starting zone and everything. I think he DM'd me the other day and said like, "Oh fuck, this cunt can actually play." Like I think he was doing a bit of digging into you.
I said the man can pod and he can game. Got one up on Josh.
Yeah,
I can't play.
Gosh, don't let them know. Yeah, like, you know, I'm a B+ player, I would say. You know, I'm not a super power gamer, but I do okay. And I have never hit Keystone Master 2K rating, you know, in the first 2 weeks of the season. So, like, obviously, it's not an overall game tuning issue, but there are some things that feel bad. The point that everybody's raising about you can't put a mob ability on cooldown without a proper interrupt is really on point. It does feel bad, but you know, like in my case, I got a hero talent that makes my single target stun now stun 3 targets. You know, so they add in all this cool stuff that makes combat feel interactive and makes you feel like you have options and stuff. And so then they added new stuff to test that. It's like I could kind of see going in, you know, with a wait and see kind of attitude. Like we're going to give them some new toys and we're also going to throw some curveballs at them. But overall, I think like if a mob's cast doesn't finish, it should lock that ability out at least for like 6 seconds or something. That would be nice. And
yeah,
you know,
so what's happening now? Isn't everyone kicking at the end of the cast because they know it's just going to recast the same ability anyway or something?
Well, if you actually like, if you legit kick it, pummel it, whatever, like an interrupt only ability, then it resets its cooldown properly. If you stun it, fear it, incap it, whatever, then as soon as it wakes up from that, it's just going to cast it again.
Right.
So, which, yeah, we haven't been used to that. You know, we've been using stuns as interrupts the last 2-3 expansions. You know, all that stuff just kind of counts, and now it doesn't. So that's sort of part of the learning process. You know, I mean, I think that might be a worthwhile tweak to look at. The thing about just watching bars and stuff, I mean, if you're not watching bars, what are you doing? You have to be aware of what you're fighting and what's happening in combat. WoW's combat at the high end is complex and it's difficult, and that's part of what makes it engaging and interesting, right? Like,
to
think
be
for
fair,
me, that's one of the things that's kept me in there.
I agree with what you're saying, and you're totally right to be like, if you're not being cognizant of the fucking bars and the spells going off, then fuck off. I completely agree with that. I think that, to be fair to the other side, I think what they're more saying is, you know, this is the old Simpsons joke of there's the truth, and there's staring at bars and fucking staring at bars, you know, like hyper fixated on bars. And I think that's what they mean.
Right. I mean, I think there's a contingent of players who want dungeons to be, I triple pull every pack. I have no target caps on any of my abilities. Nothing happens. I kick this one ability every 30 seconds and I do 8 million damage on the pack, rinse, repeat until it's all done. I mean, people have been clamoring for that BFA, I think, is really where it started because there weren't really a lot of target caps on abilities in BFA. And there was a particular seasonal mechanic in season 2 that would make like the corpses of everything you defeated respawn and like as ghosts and attack you briefly. And so you just round everything up and just do these absurd AoE pulls, and everybody was just pumping huge numbers because you have so many targets. And I think there are players who just want that. They want that sort of textureless combat where, you know, you're just rounding stuff up and nuking it. And I've never particularly liked that style, and I don't want it. I'm fine with having, you know, 5 target caps, 8 target caps, and being a bit more methodical.
Yeah, it's the fucking
I think
classic
in general,
lifestyle,
WoW
baby.
been too fast.
The classic lifestyle.
What's that? I mean, I think there's a middle ground. I think retail WoW combat has gotten too fast and trended to be too fast over the years, by not a whole lot, but enough. And that's why they've done things like, we're going to put in target caps on this ability. Hey, this is going to do reduced damage beyond 5 targets. This is going back on GCD. Players hate that. Not all players, but the players that complain about this stuff hate that because they want to just AoE 30 mobs at a time all day long.
Right.
And
which is
I don't
what a lot of the
know,
complaints, sorry to interrupt, but which is where a lot of the complaints from classic Andes came in, because we see that and go, where's the fun in that where you're immortal and just knocking out packs of 30 and 40 all the time?
To me, it's not fun, right? I like the texture, like, okay, we can double this, but we have to watch out for this, or we can triple this because it's all just melee guys, but like, we definitely have to single this because there's some texture to the combat that demands we single it, just slowing things down a bit, having it be a bit more methodical without going back to like TBC heroics where we better have 3 hard CCs set up before we pull them off. There is a middle ground between TBC heroics and BFA season 2, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And I think we're in that middle, but we're still a little too fast. Just for my own personal taste.
I agree. I would tend to agree with that. All right, guys, look, let's move on. We've done an hour and a half on Mythic Plus, basically, so that's a good start. Look, the next topic I wanted to talk about is this other sort of big topic du jour, to turn into a wanker for a second on you, but like the healer issues. This is a big conversation right now, and I got stuck into it with John and Ubiquitous the other day in Discord as we lovingly went back and forth on kind of how healing feels in the War Within. Now, again, these guys know I'm a fucking muppet who likes to talk when I don't actually do the content, so we have to bear that in mind. Yes, Ubiquitous. But, my point sort of came up, and I'm not exactly the only one who's been saying this. The reason I bring it up is that a lot of people are loudly saying it, whether or not it's, as to Ubi's point, just the fucking unhappy Reddit complainers doing their thing or something more to it. A lot of people are agreeing, and John and Ubiquitous did agree, that yes, healing is definitely the more challenging, stressful role. Everyone accepts that. It's just a matter now of talking about what that means for the War Within and healers moving forward. So my question, I'll start with you, Jason, and I know you play a tank, but this spawned from me trying a healer, and I'm talking just at the very early stages, leveling one from 1 to 70 and then going through fucking War Within content. So much of it is class dependent, I really should say. But in saying that, do you feel like the devs have done what they've done with the game and been somewhat apathetic to the effect on healers or not? Because healers are really saying this is all getting a bit much. And they're not complaining about, oh my God, I have to heal, and oh my God, I'm expected to weave in a DPS spell here and there in between healing. I don't get that that's the complaint. My point to the guys was, as soon as you have a role in a game that asks of you to split focus in a way that I feel tanks and DPS don't have to do. A tank, look, like we said, you're staring at mobs and nameplates. Cool. DPS players, what are you staring at? Mobs and nameplates. Cool. What's a healer doing? They're staring at mobs and nameplates and obviously devoting a lot of their attention to health bars. The second you get that instance of split focus, you've created an inherently more difficult role. Regardless of, forget difficulty. I'm not even talking about difficulty yet. I'm just talking about, this is literally, Jason, you'll appreciate this. This is kind of learning how to sing and play guitar at the same time. A lot of people can't do it, but eventually you learn how to split your focus, and your two halves of your brain separate and you kind of learn how to do both. But once you're doing that, have you felt that when you add on everything that the War Within brings, with the sheer amount of AoE damage going out, the sheer amount of attention you have to pay to interrupts and the punishing one-shots and all of this stuff, do you agree or disagree that this has all probably become a little bit much for healing, or are they just bitching about nothing?
It depends. Is the healer playing a Resto Shaman or a Resto Druid?
It's so class dependent, isn't it?
Resto Druid is just in the toilet right now, and it's a bummer. I play with a couple really strong players who just prefer Resto Druid and have for a long time. People who I have done AOTC with, done Mythic boss progression with, done very high keystones with, and I don't feel safe doing 8s and 9s and 10s with them. I just don't, and they don't have the throughput. They're getting a buff on Tuesday, but it's a drop in the bucket of what they seem to need. Holy Paladin's also not really in a great spot. I felt the safest running keys with a friend of mine who I've been playing with since Miss Pandaria, who has always been a DPS main, and he's one of the best. He's probably the best player I've ever played with on a consistent basis. But he's playing Shaman, and he's a good healer, but he's not a practiced healer. But Resto Shaman just carries right now. And so I feel the safest when we run keys and he's on his healer, and my typical healer buddies that I tag in have been benched effectively. Like, it's not that I don't want to play with them, but I know I'm going to have a bad time if we bring a Resto Druid to a +9. That's a fixable problem. They have to fix, the underperforming specs. Resto Druid. I mean, Holy Paladin's getting nerfed on Tuesday.
I saw. That's what I was going to say. They're getting a 5% kick in the dick.
Yeah, now part of this is there were intentional changes with 11.0 to make tanks take more damage and to reduce tanks' self-sustain and self-sufficiency, and to increase healer interactivity by reducing the power of healing. Because if you just heal everybody in the party with one button, then you're not really doing much in the way of having, interactive, rewarding gameplay. I think some of those things are showing right now that they haven't quite hit the mark. I mean, I feel sturdy, and healers have told me that I feel fine to heal. So, but I think Warrior was also impacted less by the incoming tank damage changes.
Yeah, well, Pro Warrior is pretty much your second most represented, obviously very powerful tank at the moment.
Yeah, and your bread and butter is being able to take a hit and get back up, right? You're not the self-healing class, you're not the self-sustaining class, and that's usually a liability for Warrior. But them having tuned all that stuff down across the board means that Warrior got hit less. So, it feels pretty sturdy, but I look at raiding, for example, okay? We're working on heroic Ansarek now. And I've spent 40 wipes so far with a 30-player group and sort of a smattering of different healer classes. And the thing is, no matter whether you're playing something that's overperforming, you're playing Prez Evoker or Resto Shaman or whatever, or you're playing Holy Paladin or Resto Druid, when people do the mechanics wrong, they die from it. There's no healing in the world that's going to make you live through doing the poison mechanic on Ansarek incorrectly. So, I wonder if part of it is just, I don't know if it's just people coming back after a long time away from retail endgame, or season 4 was just way too easy in Dragonflight and people got really comfortable. Stuff is going to be hard, especially at the outset of an expansion, and you are going to die. And if you don't do mechanics right, you are going to be punished. That's what modern WoW raid and dungeon mechanics do.
Yeah.
But also healing tuning is in a weird spot, and it doesn't seem like the really bad underperformers are getting the attention that they need. I definitely don't want to see them nerf Resto Shaman, but it might be a good idea to, I don't think the 4% every other week for Resto Druid is really getting the job done. So, I don't know. All of this should be in service to slowing combat down, right? Healers should be healing and paying attention to keeping the group healthy and keeping themselves alive from mechanics. And, DPS should be killing. But instead, there's still that kind of pressure to, okay, Resto Druid's not strong, but I'm going to throw Hots, and then I'm going to go Kitty, and I'm going to contribute DPS while I'm doing this, and I'm going to solve the puzzle in the maze while everybody else is DPSing. And it may just be that it's not the time in the expansion to do that, and that we need to slow it down a little bit for most players, and we need to just stay in our lanes and do what we're supposed to be doing. I've had those feelings being in some dungeons and stuff where it's like, okay, like maybe we don't need the kitty weaving while we're just trying to survive this pack, right? So I don't know. There's a lot of facets to this topic, I guess, is what I'm saying. And I don't envy healers. It's not really anything I could ever kind of wrap my brain around. It seems really unforgiving, and like everybody's just going to blame you when stuff goes wrong. And you also seem to be the like canary in the coal mine for these like other types of combat tuning changes. I think of like the State of Healing when Kata first came out, and they wanted to make dungeons hard, and healers never had any mana, and nobody could ever stay alive. And you know, this is not that drastic of a swing, but it is sort of in that vein of like, we want to retool combat a little bit. We want to kind of change the onus on tanks and healers in terms of, you know, staying alive and keeping the party alive. So we're going to tweak it and see how it goes. And you know, there's more tweaks I think that we need for sure.
Yeah. Sorry, go for it.
It also doesn't help that DPS players, some tanks too, but a lot of DPS players don't understand what that defensive cooldowns are or how they should be used. If you already took a hit for 90% of your damage or of your health, using a defensive cooldown at that point is like you are wasting it. Like you already took the damage, use it beforehand. You should know well enough that the damage is coming.
Let me throw this out there and welcome Parallax. Yeah, you've come in at a good time. We've just started the old, you know, is healing different in the War Within? Have the devs gone too far, or are the player base just babies? Conversation. Mates.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, all good. John, I might start with you on this one, just piggybacking off of what Jason said, and I'll just say, you know, John, you heal as well, I believe. And I want to throw in this sort of starter story here where I'm like, I enjoy healing. I have healed in multiple MMOs, right? I wouldn't call myself a healing main, but I do tend to do it more often than not when it comes to, you know, higher end content. You know, my classic guildies will laugh because they think I'm a terrible healer because I was shit a few years ago. But like in the last couple of years, I've somewhat come good. I've done the equivalent of, you know, like let's say a +3 or +4 content in Final Fantasy. And I really, really enjoyed Final Fantasy 14 healing. Played a white mage, used to blast, you know, did semi-difficult content, like I said, equivalent to about a +3, +4 range. And that's just how I liked it. I can say that I'm holding my full comments for when I get to keys on my healer. I leveled a holy priest from basically 1 to fucking 80 over the last 48 hours. I've enjoyed it, but it's a decidedly different experience from what I've had on the other healers. I have tried a Resto Druid and I have tried a Holy Paladin, and they were rather demanding in my opinion. And I was like, well, why does this Holy Priest feel different? And the answer for me is simplicity. And everyone knows that the Holy Priest is a very simple reactive healer. Why is Resto Shaman fucking caning it, like Jason said? Why is everyone playing a Resto Shaman in keys at the moment? Because they are a relatively simple healer. So my whole thing has been the combination of tough content with consistent damage that you need to move and avoid with anything outside of a simple healer is a recipe for disaster. Half the healers in the game, I feel, are like relatively involved. And so now, like we said, you're doing the weak aura staring, you're worried about an actual, like almost rotation as a healer, and you're having to keep the party up and avoid damage. It's felt like, for me, and again, I'll wait until I fully get there, but early stages, it's felt like a bit much. So I have sympathized with the complaints of the healing community. However, the conversations should still be had do you feel, John, that again, it's just bad players bitching, which is what bad players do? Or is there something to the argument that the devs for TWW, that's fucks to say, the War Within, have not done the best job with healing considerations?
Oh, that's such an open. There's so where do you start with that? There's certainly some. I mean, there's obviously like some specs that have some opportunity. Like even Mistweaver feels really strong, but you don't have a choice. You're going to play one of your hero talents, and that's it. So those are that's where I think that they certainly did miss out when it comes to like you've kind of got half of it right with like you're right. Resto Shaman's super duper easy, really straightforward. It feels really powerful. One of the biggest reasons why it's going to feel really powerful is it's got an answer for everything. Like particularly in M+, there's like there's some dungeons that have a lot of poison dispel. Well, let's see. Resto Druid can do that and can do that quickly and easily. Also, curses happen to be this particular season really, really important. Okay, great. So that's and being able to dispel that is very important. And they were talking about how, well, you have to commit a kick to something. Well, let's see. What else is Resto Shaman really good at? Let's see. We have Thunderstorm. We have Cap Totem. And they have other ways to help buy their team more time. And by the way, you have the best interrupt in the game, but we won't even mention that. So that's part of and I think that's all of those things combined are what's making Resto Shaman so incredibly popular. Because you're right, it's easy to play. It has an answer for everything, and it's not just the instances itself. It's not just the tuning with Resto Shaman itself. It's how its toolkit works and can really hard carry your group. It's like when Vengeance Demon Hunter was so popular in Dragonflight Season 3 and 4. It's because they could control an entire mob all by themselves. They could pull a whole pack and nobody has to do anything. So I get why some classes feel that way. Are there some classes that need some love? Yeah, but like my buddy the person who I do most of my keys with is a Disc Priest. That is all they do. I hate playing with a Disc Priest because I'm losing a kick, and then you go into like Arakara. Well, great. Now he's got to interrupt something or do some sort of crowd control, and he's kind of limited in that because he's got Psychic Scream, which he can use, and sure, he could probably do like mind control, but we have to make sure that we help get that dude out. And just some of the other limitations that you have, especially when, in my opinion, when I'm healing. I hate that it's like, you have to have a cursed spell in here. So it's either coming from the healer or you got to bring somebody else who can. Or, previously it was like Plague Fall. It was like, I don't want to do a Plague Fall without a poison dispel. There's no way. I don't want to do it.
Fair enough.
So it's not just one thing. It's when you have all these combinations of things, and just Resto Shaman happens to be like the winner of all of those.
All right. Let's.
So I don't think we were wrong, but there's more to it than like healing sucks and healing's hard.
Well, like I said, I've come around more to your argument since dabbling with the Resto Shaman and the Holy Priest, because I said those two classes are so much more streamlined and more forgiving if you, in terms of the split focus.
You make a mistake,
yeah. Just the reactive, like having a reactive healer amongst the chaos. And also another big part of it is that, and I know you guys, we joke about the DPS side of things. We'll get into that soon, but like they're so easy to throw out filler damaging spells on than the other classes, in my opinion. People can yell at me for that it's just easier to do. And like I said, it's like if you're learning to sing and play the guitar at the same time, there are certain songs that are much easier to learn that skill with than other songs. You know what I mean? And it's the same with like, there are classes that are just easier to do this with than others. But anyway, Spencer, mate, you've dropped in. Jason, your running mate from the starting zone has heard enough. He's heard enough bad takes and he's ready to dive bomb in. How are you, mates?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm coming off a work shift, so I wanted to pop in. Yeah, I thank you again for the invite to pop in and vocalize. Healer Conversation's a great one because I mained a Resto Druid for a very long time, and I'm a hybrid healer, and I've been hybrid healing since BFA. So I do Mythic level rating, CE level rating as Resto Druid as well as Boomkin. And so currently I'm doing a little bit more Boomkin unless someone's missing. I'm like our 5th or 6th healer is what tends to happen down the list. And there are some fights where you need 5 healers currently, which is nice. But yeah, I'll bounce off of something you mentioned, which was reactive healing. One of the biggest things about Resto Druid in particular, especially, is that they are a predictive healer. You have to know when damage is coming to be able to ramp into that damage with your healing. And for a lot of players, going into Mythic Plus, which is something else everyone else has discussed, a lot of people getting into keys don't know when they need to use their interrupts or when they need to use their personals or when they need to use these things. So how would they even know when they're to anticipate damage is going to be coming, which is the entirety of what Resto Druid is. So I do think your point of Priest and Resto Shaman also having an advantage in that they are very strong reactive healers is a big thing. Like Spirit Link Totem is a godsend inside Mythic Plus keys. It is amazing in how well it can handle a 10% damage reduction across your whole party, plus everyone shares health, and you can just be, spamming chain heal into that group while that's happening, and everyone's getting, healed back up at the same time, which is just a massive button to press. Whereas if you compare that to something like Druids who have Tranquility, I have to plant and stand still and not move, and I'm putting a small initial heal with a dot that's going to last a period of time on the people in my party, and the likelihood you can stand still and do that is very low. Whereas again, Spirit Link Totem, you can drop and run around. So I think the state of go ahead.
No, you go. Sorry, finish off.
No, I was gonna say I think the state of healing in of what we're getting right now in War Within very much is that the meta has leaned into classes, as was mentioned, that can dispel curses and poisons, and classes that are really have a diverse toolkit that are easy to use. And I think that's where Resto Druid's really paying the price in that aspect. It has the most buttons to press. It's predictive healing, and that's painful in a lot of ways for folks to sort of manage.
It's, if I can just build off of that, Spencer, and get you going on this one. Something feels different about this complaint to me. And if people are going, I don't see any of my healers complaining. Like, I can assure you that there are a bunch of conversations online over the last couple of weeks about healing and the state of healing. This is a thing. People are talking about it. This feels a little bit different to just a generic, meta conversation. Like, this to me doesn't feel like a couple of healers going, oh, my healing class isn't as strong as others. That sucks. This genuinely feels like a more existential chat about healing in general, meshing with the state of healing and certain classes meshing with the content. So my question is more if half the healing classes in the game and their design isn't really marrying up particularly well with the content of the expansion that's been designed, isn't that a rather large problem for your MMO? And like I say, do you think it's wrong for me to say this feels like it's been extrapolated beyond a pure nerdy meta conversation versus if your game has effectively created one of the 3 roles to be far more stressful and unfun and demanding than the others, hasn't your game failed? ?
Yeah, I agree that I think, yes, it is certainly failed to a certain aspect, because I do think that every class should have something very desirable for players to sink their teeth into and get excited about and want to do. And healing keys at the moment is a stressor. It is not especially once you start going above 7s, you are in a situation where you are responsible for your party in a lot more ways than we've previously seen, where it isn't just, oh, you stood in something you shouldn't have stood in. It's well, I can only teach so many people so much during a key. And I want to circle back to your point, but I just want to highlight one thing real quick, which is I do feel like part of the issue with Keystones right now, because there's a Keystone conversation happening earlier, is people not being as forthcoming with teaching people how they do their run. And it's something that I even had a lesson taught to me the other day in a key from an evoker, Preservation, who basically had to fly me in front of them and set me down from where I was while I was playing Boomkin inside of a Dawnbreaker 10 that I was doing. And was like, stay here in front of me because all of my stuff goes in front of me. And I'd like completely blanked that was a thing because I hadn't done a Keystone with an evoker in a long time. And I feel like that kind of instruction is very helpful to players, and we just don't do that in keys enough anymore. But circling back to your point about healers inside the expansion, yes, I do think the role is more stressful than it's been before, and I think that is a failure in class design, that people who want to run keys right now as a healer are sweaty palms through the whole Keystone and are anxious through the whole Keystone. And I think our healers in the guild that I'm in are feeling that on a large level and feel a responsibility and are very apologetic a lot of the time. I'm getting more apologies from Keystones I've ever seen. And I think the affix this week is not helping that at all. And so I do think that there's certainly a large amount of pressure for Blizzard in their design of Mythic Plus in particular that is creating people not wanting to run keys. And a lot of that comes down to them needing to revisit the difficulty level between, in my opinion, 6s and below need to be really brought a little bit more in line for players who want to do heroic style content, and 7s and above starting to be players who want to look towards doing mythic level content. And I think that they haven't hit that mark well. I think 3 and below right now is the normal dipping into heroic up into the 5s, and then that's kind of like your cap for what I'm seeing from a lot of players of fun. And then when they start going above 5s, they stop having fun. And I think that's part of it.
UB, I can see you busting to chat. Let me just tee you up with something before you get started, mate. I just want to say, like, you know, I quite enjoy this more, you know, general point and the conversation surrounding it about, you know, in my opinion, the build of a good MMO is tank, healer, and DPS are in the same, you know, share the same temperature of either, you know, heat or cold, you know, when they're in a dungeon or raid. So, like, what I'm getting at is I want a game where if I'm doing tough content, I want the tank to be as stressed as the healer and the DPS to be as stressed. Like, they're all they feel the same and they're all like having fun and doing the same shit. If they're doing simple content, I want them all to be as relaxed as each other and feeling the same. And what I'm getting at is once one of the roles, whether it's, and guys, I play all the roles. So for anyone listening to this who doesn't know me, this isn't, we do a lot of things where like, oh, this is the healer god complex, or this is the tank main character syndrome. Like, everyone points the finger at each other and calls each other a fuckwit in this game, but I play fucking everything. So you can't really pin me down on, oh, this is just a healer being a weirdo. I'm just talking about one of the fucking issues that everyone's talking about. But Yubi, you know, once one role is having a definitively worse time, not necessarily due to skill or difficulty, just due to stress or fun than the other two, then that's a problem for your game, isn't it?
I'm curious if it's actually on purpose by Blizzard in a manner to take. I baited you well with the God complex fucking joke about
you did, and then I got you back.
I am genuine. I'm genuine about that in a less toxic manner.
Oh, here we go. So now you're genuine after I called you out on it.
No. I have the same point. I'm just not trying to say it in a baity manner. What if Blizzard wants it to be difficult in the aspect that the healer heals, and as a rogue, I need to cloak because they want to bring me more into the fold of deciding whether I stay alive or not. And if I don't, like, you know, a lot of the damage that I've found in 8s and 9s, the shit that really fucking hurts is the stuff that I should have avoided. It's not the boss pulse AoE that he is going to do and you cannot avoid it. That shit isn't 100 to 0ing you as bad as, fuck, I stood in a swirly because I was looking at shit. So I feel as if, I mean, that's the old, like, cop out. You can avoid a lot of it, but what I'm saying is it a bad thing that they've made it so difficult that like the healer still does 90% of the work, but I'm doing my 10% if I'm opting in. If they just made shit do less damage so that the healer didn't have to work hard, do you think wouldn't they would just then have to fill the void of players not using the defenses properly because you go the healer can do it. So you'd have to nerf it quite a lot to actually make the healers have more of a holiday, because the shit players will still just not press Feint and Cloak of Shadows, and they will make you work hard. Whereas at the moment, I need to work and they have to work. I'm just not sure if it's on purpose by Blizzard.
I don't think the healers should. I don't think the healers should have a holiday. You know me. I'm not an advocate for anyone getting a holiday. Every fucking player in that piece of content should be working their asses off the whole
holiday
time.
Than now. If you just made everything do 20% less damage in Mythics across the board, let's just make it a dumb example like that. I think healers are only going to actually heal 6% less because all the DPS classes will just stand in more shit, use less defensives because it all does 20% less damage.
That's the moment is the defensives.
Yeah. So, but is it a bad thing that every class has them and is being encouraged to use them because of the output? Because personally, yes. I love fainting, I'm helping my healer boy out because I have fainted, because I have 4 functioning neurons as a rogue player and I'm fainting during AoE. It shouldn't be like, and that's not exactly big brain shit. I actually like that the game's really, really encouraging me to not waste my feint in a panic. I know that this boss does a pulse AoE in 15 seconds, save my feint for that. And then, there's this debuff. I can actually just cloak it and I don't even have to run out. It just makes this mechanic go away rather than just feinting the pulse AoE. I kind of like that that's where the game's gone. And I'm just querying, do you think it's possible that they've done this on purpose? Because they have brought a lot more class flavor back into the game, in my opinion. I haven't been a big retail player for a long time, but just from what I read, Dragonflight brought more class flavor back, and now you're really using your class's fucking abilities to help the healer to survive. I don't know if it's a bad thing. I like it at the moment.
But so what Blizzard has said is that they're looking at personal cooldowns as a issue that they need to resolve, but they don't know how to resolve it yet because they added all of these defensive cooldowns for every class and every spec with the new Dragonflight talent trees, which is cool. But in order to combat that, now you have to increase the overall damage, which makes healers' jobs more difficult. And so now with the tank nerf that they got at the beginning of the War Within, the only component that's still there is these personal cooldowns that every single DPS class has at least one. Some of them have multiples. And so when you run into issues where players are not using them perfectly, then now it's the healer's responsibility to make up for that shortcoming. And so that's where a lot of the healer difficulty comes in. You know, when at somebody like Spencer's level, it's not going to matter as much because those players are all programmed. Here's when you use your defensive. If you use it at the wrong time, we're going to shoot you in the face. But if you're in a Mythic +7, what are the odds that everybody's going to use their cooldowns at exactly the right moment to survive the fight?
It's not even about the right time.
Sorry, you go.
Like they aren't using them at all. That's the problem. DPS players are overall incredibly terrible at the game. Like they like I'm talking in general about pugs. They don't use their cooldowns at all. Like you can sit in 20s in Dragonflight Season 1. You can have the boss in Halls of Valor, like the channeling, lightning, whatever, and they will sit there and hold their cooldowns in 20s. They are, in general, not good enough to use them, and it ends up being the healer responsibility. They should just remove them, or make the healer role easier by making them heal more. And if they do that, the key level will just go up.
What if you just have a gun healer and they can just carry any pack of 4 donkeys to an 8? Like, is that what people would want the game to be like? Like, I'm not saying one's better or the other. I'm just curious. Like, is that a better MMO? If you have a 99.9% fucking holy pally big dick that just punches out HPS like a champ, he can, stand in the poison over. Just stand in it, cuz I've got you. Like, is that what we want the game to be? I'm not sure.
We have had Keystone metas like that with Holy Paladins specifically. Yeah, like it has happened. I think really a big part of the heat in the conversation around the community right now, to me, is weird because it is week 3. Most of us are 25 item levels short of the goalpost. Like we don't have seat time with the dungeons yet. Tuning is all over the place and is an ongoing battle. Like I think a lot of this stuff is probably going to come out in the wash in like a few weeks, most likely. But I mean, we got an email in the starting zone 2 weeks ago. It was during the first week of keys where the person writing into us was like, listen, I know you guys said that you like condensing the Keystone system down to 10 ranks from 20, and I get that, but I'm doing 7s and people can't kick, and they have too much gear that they got for free, and this system is terrible and is a failure. It was 4 days into the Keystone system existing this season.
They did admit that their opinion was an elitist opinion inside of the email. They did confess that in the email.
Like there is an element of like there's a learning curve, there's a gearing curve. Like again, the pug scene is incredibly frustrating, and there's reasons why I avoid it. When I took a break from the game in early Cataclysm, that was the last time I didn't play regularly. When I got back in 2011, I was like, I'm going to find like a dedicated group of people to play with. I'm going to find a home, and I've stuck with them, and it pays dividends. It's what the game is about if you want to do group content. So it is, the temperature is really high, but I don't know. I don't think there's really a lot of meat on the bone here, because I think over time the stuff is going to get smoothed out with gear, with seat time, with the dungeons. And I mean, we've seen Blizzard already make massive tuning changes, and based on recent history in like Dragonflight, I have no reason to think that they're not going to continue to tune content and classes. But it does suck when it's like the weekend and there's the brand new expansion and it's week 3 of the season and you want to blast and you can't. Like there is an element of disappointment to that for sure. But it is, I think the perspective on it is just a little weird right now because, like I said, I mean, I'm way farther along in this season than I'd ever be 3 weeks into an expansion season, as a season 1, since they put in this whole concept of seasons. So, I don't know. I definitely there are valid issues with the overall, tuning and the way things feel in higher keys right now. But I also don't think that it's a permanent condition or really the end of the world. And I think we'll know a lot more in another, month or so when people really sort of have a handle on the content and have some real gear.
Let me just start jumping. Sorry, go John.
It'll all kick off in season 2 again when we get the other 4 dungeons that no one knows how to fucking do, and they'll go, mythics are fucked, I can't do a 5, and it's like, yeah, you're standing in the honey, dipshit. Fucking get out of it. Like,
let me just chime in, just because I don't know, and like I said, you have to take all of this with a huge grain of salt because I'm the only fuckwit.
It's your
here.
show, man.
I know, but I'm the only fuckwit here who doesn't run keys or fucking anything. So what do I know? But like I said, I've healed in a bunch of MMOs, and all I can say is this: where the reason I feel like I really enjoyed healing and why healing works in, again, I'll come back to it because it's where like my experience is in doing medium tier difficulty content. The reason I think it works in Final Fantasy is for a number of reasons. It's like I said, it's point number 1. If you are a modern MMO that is going to have AoE damage going out the wazoo, you are constantly on the move, you are freaking out because the floor is lava and all this shit. Your healing spells and rotations, even down to damage and healing spells, have to be, like, it's got to be simple. I'm talking like, think cooldowns, think big cooldowns, little cooldowns, single target, AoE, everything is simple. Now, the reason why I vibed with the Holy Priest the past 48 hours is it's a lot, not exactly the same, but it's a lot like the White Mage in Final Fantasy. It has a single target spammable damage spell in Smite. It has a single target nuke in Holy Fire with a short cooldown. It has, your AoE spell, if you happen to take Holy Nova, which I know a lot of priests don't, but whatever, which is spammable. And if you wanted to, if you don't build up the fucking charges. And then it's got, your simple heals. And it's got instant single targets and instant AoEs, whatever. Either way, you guys know the drill. It's relatively simple. That's why like it kind of works a little bit easier with this content. When all the craziness goes out and shit hits the fan and your brain goes into the, you know, the fucking handbrake's been put on your brain and you're freaking out because a lot of shit is going on and people's fucking health is diving. The one solace you've got is the simplicity of your class, where you go, oh, I just know that if I press this simple button, you know, fucking single target this, multi-target that. I don't know, I'm sounding like shit, but there's too many classes that I think are moderately complex in WoW with healing, and moderately complex and crazy AoE damage do not go hand in hand. Fucking another problem that WoW has is that the damage that goes out, and WoW players will balk at this, I don't think the game telegraphs well enough, even with the swirlies and everything, the fact that, you know, you are about to be in the bad. That's just me. I'm a newbie to retail. I'm just saying, I don't need to know that you need to go as far as Final Fantasy does, where like literally the floor turns into a like we've highlighted with a fluoro highlighter where not to stand. That's what Final Fantasy does. I like that. I'm not saying WoW needs that. I'm just saying it's very hard at times in WoW to be like, I just died and I legit don't know what I died to. Like I barely saw the swirly. That's another problem. But like, once you get a class that's moderately complicated to the point that you're now leaning on, you know, I have to create weak auras and now I have to watch all these weak auras and, you know, half of my abilities are on 20, 30, 40 second cooldowns. That's a fucking problem when it comes to healing in a crazy war, you know, things going off everywhere environment. I just, Final Fantasy healers don't have that. They don't have all these, like, in my opinion, all these like 40-second cooldowns and 30-second cooldowns as much as WoW does, I think. You know, it's got more instant, just wabams. And another big thing is like, you can res in combat at any fucking time in Final Fantasy. It costs, it takes 10 seconds to cast, but you can rip it off in combat at any fucking time. And your instant combat res is just on like a 1 minute cooldown. That changes fucking everything. Again, I'm not saying WoW should do this. I'm just saying these are the reasons why no Final Fantasy healer is like, fuck healing in this game. I'm trying to do fucking extreme content and I can't heal. This is bullshit. Nobody says that because they simplified it. Whereas now, WoW is continually upping the ante or having to up the ante on itself, going, fuck, we need to make the game more and more involved as the expansions go on. And you've now got this one role. It's like, you can't push us out. Like, there's shit happening everywhere. I'm playing, for some reason you designed healers to be as complicated as these DPS rotations, and it's hard. It's just fucking hard. I don't know, that I just have a funny feeling that even if I get better on my Holy Priest, I'm still going to run into I feel like the game is asking much more of me as a healer than it's asking the tank and DPS. That's just me. I would love to be proven wrong.
So you talked about making things simpler, and something that stood out to me as a instant coming to mind that I'd want to ask you would be, how do you feel about the dispel system in WoW, having curses, poisons, magics, diseases, like a wide variety, and the ability to dispel those is spread across all the healers, and obviously some DPS, depending on what talents they take, to be able to cover that inside a Mythic Plus dungeon, which is something we're seeing right now where curses and poisons are like, hey, if you can do these two things, we want you in Mythic Plus, because they're so desirable that way.
The thing I despise, again, Spencer, if you didn't hear earlier, mate, I'm the one person in this call that is a rookie. Like, I'm doing normal and heroics, mate. I'm not doing top tier content. No, the one thing I despise early on with the little experience I've had with retail healing is, coming from Classic, it kills me not being able to spam Dispel. It's been hard to swallow longer cooldowns on kicks, going from like 10 seconds to 15 seconds or whatnot. But it's been really impossible to swallow that I can't spam a Dispel. It's fun spamming Dispels. I'm like, oh shit, everyone just got hit with this. All right, I now have to do the triaging and go, do I want to heal, Dispel, or damage? Like, I need to make the most important priority choice right now. And I'm like, oh, Dispel, get the dad off the tank. Shit, now he should probably get this off of him. Like, go away, curses be gone, whatever it might be. Picking one, like, you know, more often the tank or maybe yourself as the healer or whatnot, picking one target and being like, okay, I'll dispel you and all you other guys have to live with the debuff. I don't know. It just feels bad as a healer for me.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I totally agree. It was an interesting curiosity about simplicity because it would certainly simplify if they just made a debuff a magic and everyone dispels magic. And that's, you know, like that would be a big simplification.
Yeah.
Because you would then run into a situation where healers aren't running into as often, hey, I am a resto shaman and you just got a disease and I can't do anything about it.
So
right?
they've gone the classic route. They reverted back to like classic classification, right? Where like you need this certain class now to dispel this certain thing.
Yes.
Kind of. I mean, like the ones that have to be dispelled are all magic. Like, what is it called in Siege of Borealis? That's magic, so any healer can do that. But I mean, I'm picking up what Spencer's throwing.
Yeah. I mean, Spencer's saying, aren't there
Personally,
some?
it's terrible.
Aren't there
You
some
can talk
dungeons,
about
John, where it's like poison's going everywhere and not everyone can take care of poison and they hate it and it's a thing?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I mean, the first two pulls of Stone Core or Stone Vault right now is mobs that curse, and there's 2 of them in each pack. So if you pull both packs at the same time, you have 4 to 5 curses going out at any given point on your group, and those curses can all go on one person or they can go on 4 different people. And how many curse dispels do you have in your group? And those curses tick really hard, particularly when you get up towards the 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s. And, you know, if you just didn't bring the right composition to deal with that, you either have to pull that pack slower or use a lot more CC or really try and manage that in some way versus a group that did have the classes that could do a curse dispel.
All right. Anyone else we haven't heard from on this one before I move on of this topic of is healing the problem or is the player the problem? Marcus, have you seen or heard? I know you haven't been playing as much, mate, but have you seen or heard any of this? And how do you feel as a healer without having dived too hard into the War Within yet about all this?
I think like you sort of got to strike a balance. The other thing that was touched on was like DPS pressing their buttons, like their defensives and stuff like that. Like they got to be self-aware to do that. A lot of them aren't, and they'll just blame the healer, which kind of hurts healer participation in the game. Because like I don't really want to like be on the verge of aneurysm in like mid-tier content, and then some dude not press his button, then have him go like, "Why didn't you fucking heal me?" You know, like, bro, I had other shit to do. I was healing everyone else, you know. But yeah, I think that's pretty much just trying to find that balance, and I think it's been alluded to that'll probably just shake out later on, you know, as more gear happens and everything.
Yubi, why do you expect your DPS players to help out with the healing, but not the healer to help out with the DPS?
Because if they let me die trying to fill in with their shitty 4.8% overall damage done, they've just made a net loss for the fucking encounter anyway. So keep me alive first, and then if you're there twiddling your thumbs, fucking spit some fucking flame shocks out if you want. I don't really care.
If you don't die and they put in their 4.8% DPS?
Oh, that's best case scenario.
Oh, well, there you go.
Like,
fucking Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I mean, I was in my +6 Dawn that I did right before the pod started. I was very close to sending you screenshots of my Evoker that was doing a nice 0 on some trash packs just to roll you up, but... Yeah. You've come in fiery enough as is. You didn't.
No, I love it. Well, no, let's do that just before we move on to the next topic. Spencer, you'll get a kick out of this. And look, we might even be on the opposite ends of the fucking argument on this one. But like, I'm, you know, I describe myself as a casual a lot, Spencer, but I flirt with toxicity at times, and the question is whether or not this is even a toxic take. But, you know, as a healer over the last few years in MMOs, and again, coming from Final Fantasy where this fucking discussion is rife, and now it's flared up yet again in the WoW space, the age-old discussion of whether or not healers should DPS at all in the content that they're doing. Now, my big caveat to this has always been, you know, when the opportunity affords itself. I've never been like, even though I am a big proponent of healers, I think Parallax put it best, and Parallax, I might actually throw it over to you. Parallax very simply summed it up in saying, if you are a healer and you have not DPS'd at all through any content at opportunities where you could have done so, you griefing your party. And the obviously opposite end of that argument is, I'm a healer, man. I'm here to heal, not to fucking cast damaging spells, and we'll get to that. But Parallax, is that a fair summary of your take on this one?
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Okay.
I think it's like the logic is kind of like saying you're the tank, so once I have threat on everything, I'm just going to sit here and just like let them hit me.
Yeah.
Like they're not on you, right? So I did my job. I'm tanking.
Yeah, exactly. I can stop pressing damaging buttons now because I've got threat.
It's a faulty logic.
Exact same argument. I agree
with the ABCs. Always be casting.
Well, this is the fucking thing, Spencer. I'm like, why does a rather large proportion of the player base tap the ABC sign for every fucking spec in the game, but healers get a pass? It is fucking stupid, in my opinion. If you're pushing decent content and you're like, cast, don't, like, the whole mantra for me is leave no GCD behind, right? Not games are supposed to be fun. I get that. And I'm not asking people to fucking do the sweat meme of the guy that's fucking hammering his keyboard and fucking losing his mind. But like, you as a healer, in my opinion, if you leave a couple, like, everyone's at full health now and like 3 or 4 GCD windows go by and you just sat there, I'm sorry, but I'm going to call you a bad healer. That's just how I feel. And people go, oh, mate, Ubiquitous does the like, I'll make fun of him, but he knows I'm just taking the piss. What would your fucking DPS have added up to? 4.8%? And I'm more like, it's the fucking principle of the thing. You know what I mean? Like,
you corrected yourself by
something.
saying if you're doing decent content. And that is where, now I'm on your side. You need to admit to people here that you get G'd up in a fucking Ragefire chasm because the level 14 Shaman isn't using fucking
no. I mostly apply it to any content. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, but again, this is where the toxicity comes out. Yeah. If I'm in a fucking...
sure you were doing a fucking Shadowfang keep leveling or some shit.
100%.
Look at this dipshit.
No, but it depends. This is also, as I say, if you can do it. This is if mana isn't an issue, which in retail it's really not. If mana's not an issue... and if you've got the GCD window open, then you should be casting something, right?
I would say it doesn't make you a bad healer, but it does make you a bad teammate.
Well, yeah,
it's a skill that you have to develop, right? Like, you need to get that under your belt. I mean, tanking has kind of a similar thing because you need to be able to maintain threat on whatever you're pulling. You need to know what you're pulling and why and where you're putting it and where you're facing it. And then you need to be able to weave in as much damage as you possibly can on top of keeping yourself alive, right? And these are things that, like, these are sort of skill plateaus that you try to reach as you're developing the skill with playing the spec. And I think, healing is that way in WoW as well, where like weaving that damage in is part of what can put you over the top as like a dungeon healer. But you have to be able to cover your bases too. Your job is not to sit there and do as much damage as you can and hopefully keep people alive sometimes, right? Like, you need to be able to control the group and then weave the damage in.
Oh, absolutely.
And, that's really hard to do right now with the current state of tuning, class tuning, content tuning, and gear that people are walking around in, plus the way that they're playing and the knowledge that they have of the content that they're in. Oh. So, all these things don't really... And this is why I keep going back to, like, it's not a disaster if it's not all those pieces aren't snapping into place week 3.
Yeah, I'll hop in right after Jason's point because it ties in there pretty well. I've had many conversations as a healer with tanks, both inside of Mythic raid content as well as inside high-end keys, when they start choosing to wear DPS trinkets over wearing tanking-based, survival-based trinkets, and what the balance there kind of is, because in a lot of cases they're like, hey, I wear this because I'm going to generate threat faster, but I also do a lot more damage, and the damage is really useful. And it's like, yes, but if you're dying frequently through keys because you don't have a button to press, or you don't have enough of X ability as far as armor or whatever it is, dodge, to be able to handle the content we're doing, that's also a problem. And so there's been a lot of conversations like that have happened. But as a healer, I will say that I agree that if you are just chilling out during globals, I personally feel like you're not doing a very good job being a healer. And I'll say that because Blizzard puts incentives for healers to cast things. A great example of this is a Wrath for a Resto Druid costs 5,000 mana. There's a talent for Resto Druids, which pretty much every Resto Druid's taking, that generates 44,000 mana when you cast Wrath. So be casting Wrath because it replenishes your mana. Like it is baked into a lot of classes that you should be casting spells even when there's not something to heal, so that you are actually, essentially helping not only your group, but helping yourself in those situations. So I do feel like always be casting is just a really good rule for someone who's just starting out with WoW. If you haven't played very much of the game, there shouldn't be a point when you're playing any class in the game where you're just not pressing buttons for a period of time. It is a game that has many buttons to press, and you press all of them until none of them are available for you to press. And that's very rare that happens.
Yeah, my biggest pet peeve is the healer that is more than happy in the middle of a pack to go like 5 seconds without pressing a button. And it's like, well, what are you waiting for? Yeah.
Regen? Fuck.
It's free content out there for when we get Josh to heal like a Mythic 4 with the boys.
Oh, I'll do it. Like I said, I'm getting more comfortable on the Holy Priest. But like I said, I'm very aware that when you get to tougher content, the opportunities to weave damage in become limited. I very much so understand that.
But also more important.
Exactly. And so sorry, Spencer, this all spawned from an argument I had with Dickhead over here about, he said, if I'm doing Mythic 2 to 7 and I see a 0 next to the damage meters for the healer at the end of the dungeon, I don't care because we survived, no one wiped, job's done. I don't give a fuck. That healer's great in my eyes. And I said, if that happened to me, I would actually have, I balked and said, so you're telling me you would have not a hint of a, quizzical look on your face or negative feeling towards that healer? And he goes, no, they healed. They're a healer. And I said, well, I mean, personally, again, maybe I'm the toxic fuckwit, I would have a mildly negative take towards that healer and be like, really? Not at one point did you see a window to cast any fucking damage? And I might not want to fucking go with that healer again to another dungeon. And so we argued back and forth over this. That's where this all spawned from.
I think it just depends on the run. Like, I've gone to just like a 5 key, and legitimately, me and the 2 other DPS have all ripped like 2.8 million on the first pack, and the healer wrote, I won't need to DPS this run, will I? And all 3 of us said, based off that, probably not. And then we did just fucking obliterate it, like 10 minutes earlier, whatever the fuck it was. And it was just a agreement of just like, oh well, keep the bars full. We have somehow pugged 3 DPS that know how to press buttons on packs of 5 things. Amazing. Whereas, like, I'm sure healers will go, fuck me, this guy AoE's 700k DPS. I'm probably going to have to help press some buttons this run.
But that's the difference. So you're saying a healer is only DPSing because they feel that they need to. That's a different story.
Yeah. I was going to say, in the circumstances you're describing is when I go, let's see if I can beat the tank on damage. That's what I start doing.
No, like,
a little bit of competition comes out.
It just depends on the player. I guess I'm just like, I see how, like, I agree the healing's quite intense. I almost look at them keeping us alive on a boss fight, and it's like, brother, you get to fucking just stretch your palms out because they're probably sore from keeping these idiots alive on this boss. Maybe I'm too nice to healers, but I genuinely couldn't care as long as we do time it. And even then, if it, like, I don't know, I'm not that toxic in Mythic Pluses. Even if it's my key, I've fucking tanked it plenty trying to just pug it with randoms. But
I view it the same.
This is a social engineering piece that sort of I was kind of talking about earlier about, a lot of the heat on the Mythic Plus conversation is people complaining about other players, right? And having a group where everybody's goals and expectations are aligned is very important, especially when content is new and people are learning it, which is why, of course I advocate for avoiding pugs, like finding people to run with, having, friends to play with or whatever, and making sure everybody's on the same page. If I'm going with, like right now, if I'm playing keys with my friends and one of my Resto Druid buddies is healing, like we know that it is what it is, right? Like the tuning is not good. We have to be more careful. We have to be cognizant of what's happening. If we're playing with somebody who's trying to learn the ropes and they don't really know, like, okay, we're going to take it slower, explain like what's going to happen on this fight or whatever. And if you have somebody who's learning a new role, which we had somebody switch to healing last expansion, and it's like, okay, you know, you're gonna learn to weave in the damage. You're gonna learn to be more comfortable as we move through this process. But like having that social structure and people who are invested in each other's success is very important to that feeling good. You push the button and you get accepted, and then you go to the group. You're not going to just like randomly find yourself in those situations all the time. And yeah, I mean, it's incredibly frustrating. So having that alignment, having everybody on the same page of like, okay, this is what we expect to happen in this situation. At that point, it doesn't really matter how it plays out if everybody is civil with each other and on that same page about expectations. But that's why it's so much harder to find it in pugs, because everybody's just there to get in, get out, check the thing off the list for the week.
Well,
it's also
go Sinner, finish this off.
It's also to add to that point, when you have a tank that you're playing regularly with, you start getting a feel for when you can use like DPS cooldowns to maximize DPS. Like if your tank says like, oh yeah, on the next pack I'm gonna use let's say Shield Wall. Maybe I could go into Moonkin form and cast whatever that spell is that blasts all of the things at once.
Starfall.
No, not Starfall. The former Shadowlands.
Convoke.
Yeah, Convoke. Yeah, you can be like, I'm just gonna go Moonkin and Convoke and hope we get some stars falling down, to get some good AoE damage. Like it is really a night and day difference to heal with the tank that communicates.
Well, you touched on an important thing there, which I don't know if it was mentioned earlier or not, but communication, which is what I sort of hinted at with, hey, you need like a leadership role inside of a pug key where someone's actually explaining what's going on and what they're going to do, is important. And the ping system's a great way to sort of like embrace that to a certain degree, which I've really enjoyed.
Oh, can I ask the dumbest question? Sorry, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Spencer.
No, yeah.
I'm embarrassed that I'm asking this after playing this game for 6 weeks. I still don't know how to fucking do those pings. How do you do it?
Middle mouse button.
Oh my
Press the middle
God.
mouse button down.
Thank you.
No worries.
I've
Good
bounded
tip for
mine
everyone.
to F1, 2, 3, 4.
And if you hold down the middle mouse button, you will see a wheel pop up, and you can choose which kind of ping you want to place. But the point I was sort of getting at there was more along the lines of healers. I think in general just need an opportunity inside groups to feel out what that communication level is going to be around what people are pulling and what's coming, what's happening, while at the same time being able to learn on a boss where the rhythm is going to be taking place as far as damage goes. I know when I pug keys, right? I pugged that 10 Dawnbreaker that I just did yesterday, and very much was like, okay, where is my healer using cooldowns on the third boss? Oh, okay, there's pulsing damage, and I need to go bear form for this one and frenzied regen myself to make sure I live through this, because they clearly don't have something. And like trying to figure that out inside of a pug is a very difficult thing. So having voice communication in keys right now is massive. And so I almost encourage people to look for, as Jason put out, either a key community that they can sort of be a part of, where people can get into a voice channel and talk with each other, or at least have like typing conversations inside of keys, which very rarely happens inside of pugs, where people are telling people what they're going to do. Because I think that's what's holding the most of the teams back and creating a lot of the frustration is there's just so little communication inside these situations.
I mean, not just communication, like what Jason said is like expectations. I mean, because there's a lot of people who, and this is going to be a newer term for you, Josh, but there's going to be a term that you're going to hear is called a weekly no leaver, where the expectation is we know we're not going to time this. We could very well be in this thing for an hour, but we don't want anybody to leave. And I think that there's a lot of people who are running their 7, and their 7 is their expectation is it being a no leaver. And you have somebody else who's like, oh, hey, I need IO out of this. And now you have 2 people that you've invited, or a person that you've invited into your group, which has a very different expectation from what you have, which is another issue that I'm seeing a lot more prevalent this early on in the season.
I have had to leave. I've had to go out of keys and switch from Boomkin to Resto and come back in because our healer left, and then finish the key with 4 people as the healer for the group before. I have had to do that this season.
Just before we leave the healing thing, and thank you so much, guys. You've been so brilliant sort of discussing. We've really only done 2 topics, and I won't stay here all night, but I'm having a great time. So stick around. You know, you guys know the drill. Leave when you got to leave and stick around if you want to stick around. But, you know, moving off of sort of the difficulty of healing or whatever, or the healer unhappiness at this stage of the game, the one thing I would like to ask that we've sort of danced around is, you know, all hail our Resto Shaman overlords who are, you know, currently pulling in something like, God, what is it? I'm just looking at the 34.1% of all healers in all levels of timed runs in Mythics at the moment are Resto Shaman, which is bonkers, to say the least. You know, people are very aware of the fact that everyone and their fucking mother is playing a Resto Shaman. Jason touched on, you know, how powerful they are. Spencer touched on how powerful they are. Everybody's doing it. If you want a smooth Mythic Plus, then look no further than your local friendly Resto Shaman healer. Let me throw this out there to you guys, first in, best dressed. Again, I just sort of say from a game design perspective, is it obviously a problem that class representation is that skewed or not?
It's always going to be like that, though. It's like whatever the perception of the best is where the best players are going to gravitate to, which is going to inflate how good the class actually appears because the better players are playing that class.
So this is just standard flavor of the month on display.
Yeah. It's just kind of how the pack mentality operates. It's, you know, I mean, there's been instances in the past where, for example, they nerf, you know, Unholy is super overpowered over Frost, and they nerf Unholy, and they don't touch Frost at all, and then all of a sudden it's skyrocketing to the top, even though it was nowhere near the top prior, because all those people moved to that spec, right?
It's top in all the top keys, like I forget the site. It's got the top 2,000 or 3,000 keys for the week or whatever. And up there it's even worse, Josh. I think when I checked yesterday, it was 71% of all the top 2,000 keys are healed by Resto Shaman.
So here's my follow-up question, and you know, someone here will have the answer that I'm too fucking stupid to realize, but you know, when you've got a, you know, clear flavor of the month situation as you do now, and, you know, sometimes there's debatable flavor of the months where there might be like 3 specs that, oh, everyone's playing these 3 specs and they're actually somewhat divided amongst them and bring those percentages down. But, you know, like I said, 34.1% is pretty fucking high. When you get a situation like that, isn't it odd that early on, Blizzard hasn't come in with the nerf hammer already, where, you know, Jason's talked about the changes that are coming in this week. I don't see fucking anything for Resto Shaman. It's a mild nerf to Earth Shield, and that's it. Whereas, like, Paladin's got 5% of their overall healing taken away from them. Resto Druids needing it got a 5% overall buff, and the Resto Shaman that is dominating gets fucking basically untouched. So my question is, does the game or the devs kind of revel in this concept of the flavor of the month and intentionally leave a super overpowered spec, or is this just an oversight?
But see, Josh, that's where I got to disagree with you at. I mean, yeah, Resto Shaman shouldn't be nerfed from their healing throughput. Their healing is middle of the pack. I mean, Monk has higher HPS.
Yeah, but it's the simple play style, is it, or the utility?
It's the utility.
Right.
They have, like what Spencer was saying. It has poison, which is important and really important in 2 keys. It has curse, which is also really important in 2 keys. It's got a lot of displacement. It's got a really good kick, where kicks are now important more than they were ever in Dragonflight or Shadowlands.
I see where you're going. You're right to say, obviously, nerfs are never fun. Don't nerf Resto Shaman. Well, then this still piggybacks off the gist of what I'm saying is, if it's so obvious that Resto Shaman are kicking fucking ass and everyone wants to play one, why aren't we drastically buffing the utility of every other healer so it becomes a bit less of a clear leader?
I'm definitely a fan of that. I think that, like, well, I would love to see, like, I mean, like, my thought is, if I'm a healer and I see bad on a nameplate, I should be able to remove it. I'm not personally, and this is going to, you know, I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's RP, but personally, as a healer, or when I play a healer, I really dislike that. I can't, yeah, this guy's he's got a disease, and I can't do anything about it except for heal through it.
Wasn't,
It just makes me feel like my class is kind of weak.
You retail vets, correct me. Wasn't there something that they did in Dragonflight was bring these class flavors or whatever a bit back, which then open? It's a problem in Classic where you go, there's only 2 pricks that can get rid of a curse, so now you got to take them. Even if they did nothing, you take them because they can get rid of a curse. Is that what they've done with retail by bringing this shit back in?
M Plus has always been like that.
M Plus has always had that aspect to it. I would say what they've done more, I'd say they opened the door a bit more by adding class flavor in that, allowing more classes to have ways of doing things like that are more natural to their classes. I'm trying to think of a good example, but a class that normally didn't have a ranged interrupt, they might consider putting in a hero talent or something along those lines that then gave you more of that utility. And by opening up talents during Dragonflight in a really big way where you can change them really dynamically, they tried to add not only flavor, but also the ability to sort of flex and use utility. And an example of that for me is just like yesterday when I was doing keys, I was healing with a healer who really wanted me to have Innervate all of the time, but I was also dying to mechanics because I wasn't receiving enough healing inside situations, even when I was using everything I had, including like Renewal and Barkskin and, healing myself with Regrowth, etc. But probably would have lived through them had I, as opposed to putting a point into Innervate, had put a point into Ursoc's Spirit, which increases my health by 10% when I'm in bear form. And so all the times I was going to bear form to Frenzy Regen, I probably would have lived. And so those sorts of like utility, finding balance situations for people is something that I think they really added in Dragonflight, which was really nice, is opening up those doors of class fantasy, opening up those doors of the ability to sort of flex and change your spec easily. It's a tricky thing to balance, and I think the balance they're running into right now, to answer your question, Josh, is to why they're not nerfing resto shamans or buffing the utility of other healing classes, etc. Is I feel like the team is making a decision between, is this a class problem or is this a dungeon problem? Do we need to do more dungeon changes to make these dungeons more accessible to other healers and other comps? Or do we need to do class changes to do that? Because we're seeing a lot of dungeon changes come through on a weekly basis to a lot of these Mythic Pluses. And I think that's where they're kind of going back and forth with some of these changes that we're seeing.
Yeah, what you see is, just to piggyback off real quick what Spencer was saying, is what you're seeing is just a reflection of the environment that we're in. So like that's going to change season to season. There may be a disease next season or something along those lines that another healer can handle better, but you see like these class comps that inflate the numbers of what's being played at the top of the ladder. That is not in a vacuum what's represented in and of itself. Like Shaman is not just the best healer because 33% or 31% of people play it. It's because in the environment with these other classes that complement their utility, they are the best for achieving that high key situation, right? It's kind of like, and then I'll end on this, but like it's kind of like last season of Dragonflight, season 4 and 3. Vengeance Demon Hunter was hands down the best tank, but it was only the best tank because of the comp that it existed in. It was never like way better than Prot Paladin or way better than Prot Warrior. It's just in the environment.
Gotcha. So, fair enough.
You're activating all the magic damage that was prevalent in the high end comps with the debuff that it puts on its targets. I mean, I also think this might be a bit conspiratorial, but I do think Blizz has been a little hands off with the tuning because of the race. I think there were clear kind of changes that needed to happen during the race that didn't. But then again, I don't think they've taken some of the steps that they really maybe should have at this point. And we're now, the race ended last Saturday or whatever, or early Saturday morning. So we had balance changes this past week and we have more balance changes coming in. But they are relatively gentle, and some of them seem to be moving in the opposite direction of where you might expect. So, I think the one thing I'm sure of is that they're not going to stop. We're going to see balance changes on a weekly or every other week basis for quite some time. So, hopefully that stuff will get dialed in. Because, the bottom line is, for me, I'm having a great time playing the game. I think the content is super fun, and that, the classes I'm playing are really fun to play. And the tuning thing sort of just becomes this irritating sticking point when you get to sort of the higher ends of what you're really trying to accomplish with your time. It's not really, like my moment to moment is not being dominated by thoughts of like, man, I wish stuff was tuned differently in the overall meta of the game, right? Like I'm doing the stuff I want to do. I'm having fun. I'm doing group content with my friends that we're mostly successful at, for pretty early on in the season. And that's great, but there, it doesn't mean that there's not opportunity for improvement. And I think, to me, it definitely feels like there's tuning outliers, right? Like if I'm running a dungeon with somebody who's a very practiced resto druid and they're just struggling to do basic things to keep the group alive, and then we switch it up and somebody who's not a practiced resto shaman is carrying us and nobody ever breaks a sweat, like something is just off, and I think we're still kind of in that spot right now.
Just before we move on, if I can ask you and Spencer maybe for a take that, I don't know if you guys touched on this on the starting zone, or, I always used to laugh that when I went on other podcasts, I could always get a bit spicier maybe than things I would say on my show. But if I can just touch on the mild controversy that did pop up during the race. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about, where you'll know better than me. I sort of only kept like lightly abreast of this. A few players were banned, I think, in the lead up to the race or at the start of the race. And then in the heat of the race, another player did the same thing on another team and didn't get banned, I believe. And people were hopping mad, or a few people were thinking it was a bit of an injustice. I don't know the full story. Did you guys feel that this race sort of had a bit of a weirdness to it with that angle, or this is just something that happens every race, someone exploits something?
So the interesting thing about exploiting in World of Warcraft when it comes to the race and the take advantage early and often, the rule that sort of all those teams live by, is Blizzard never really comes down hard during the race. And even the bans that happened pre-race happened for 1 week before the race started, which gave everyone time to essentially either choose to play one of the other 4 accounts or 5 accounts that they have, or to essentially wait it out on that character and get that character back into the race for those who are doing it. Now, for those who are curious what happened, these people were accepting the Severed Threads quests for helping out the different captains on different characters, and were able to do that. So they essentially were able to get rep for Severed Threads at 3 times the rate they should be able to, which meant that they were essentially capping out Severed Threads very early, which was seen as an exploit because you're only supposed to be able to help 1 a week. It's supposed to be a warbound thing for your campaign, etc. So they got banned for doing that. And that renown got rolled back on those characters was the other thing that happened. There was another person who was taking advantage of Sparks early on, who had their gear all rolled back because Sparks were something that you could place crafting orders for from other characters to your characters. So I could place a crafting order with no Spark in it, and someone else could use their Spark to complete the crafting order, which meant that you could get essentially like a set of crafted gear if you wanted to, which some people were doing. There was a ban and a rollback for that. Bunch of things like this happened. The biggest issue is Blizzard doesn't come down on them hard at all. And there needed to be a point at some point in the history of races where a team did something like this and they came down hard enough that teams went, we can't do that because we lose money, because it's all about making money in this situation. And we won't see that. We haven't seen that. There's no future saying that we will see that ever from Blizzard. So teams are going to continue to do it. They're going to find the thing that they can do. The most recent one was Arcane Mages during Prague were intentionally not taking all of their hero talents, because an ability that's only stacks up to 8 times would stack higher than 8 times and would let them do more damage to bosses. So it like those sorts of things are things that Blizzard knows are happening, sees are happening, and chooses, as Jason said, to ignore during the race and kind of go hands off during the race because they don't want to mess with that race 0.03% or 1% or whatever it is that actually participates in that and that event and that it's taking place in. But what it results in is people going, oh, I can exploit like this all I want. I'm not going to get in trouble, so let's just keep doing it. So I want to see Blizzard come down hard on these situations, that we see those teams go, I know this is something that I shouldn't be doing. I know this is something that isn't intended. I know this is an exploit. I'm going to tell as many of my close friends as I can to take advantage of it as I can. That needs to stop happening.
Well, also, I've complained about this on TSZ Air. I probably complained about it on Countdown Air at some point when we got into it somehow. I've complained about it on maybe every WoW podcast I've ever appeared on. Like, Blizzard's gray area, not really official, but official support of the race is a problem because it creates these edge cases. And yeah, there's always going to be players exploiting things and trying to find these ways to maybe like outsmart some system that's in a brand new expansion and figure out a way to take advantage of it. And yeah, like it's not an official thing. There's no official, Warcraft.com stream of the Race to World First, but they'll point you to all the community resources about it. They'll like actively develop and tune the raid alongside the team's racing, right? But, they don't hand down the kind of punishments that maybe they would to a standard player for exploiting a system to gain some unintended advantage. And they do, in my opinion, they do things that hamstring the live game because they're developing it around that race window, and they're going to give it 2 weeks where boss number 5 is impossible to kill unless you're a sponsored team. And we're not going to fix this like clearly outlier in tuning because that'll shift the meta, and they're already progging on boss 7 or whatever. Like, either ignore it and make the game the best product it can be, or find some way to officially support it and control the environment that it's conducted in. And then you won't have any of, like, either way, you won't have any of this, right? Either look at it from a product standpoint and make the game the best game it can be, regardless of how it affects the race, or run the race yourself on Tournament Realms or something and use it as a way to like build hype for the upcoming release or something. Do it before players can play it, or whatever. Their events team can figure that out if that's what they want to do. But the unofficial official support of the race is something that has gotten under my skin for many years now. I mean, really since live streaming it. This became like a live streamed, like Red Bull sponsored event for these different orgs back in BFA, right? That's when it started. Before then, it was still, everything was close to the vest, off stream, whatever. We'll share a kill video once the second team killed it. And then, yeah, BFA was the beginning of, we're going to stream it. We're going to do a live event from a venue. We're going to be on stream for a week and a half. And then by the second tier of that, which was the Jaina fight, I mean, like the whole back and forth between the dev teams, like actively like nerfing strats that the racers were doing and then reverting stuff and then making other changes because then the boss didn't actually go down in enough time and people were getting pissy because they wanted to go home. Like, I don't know why it operates like this. They should just ignore, in my opinion, they should just ignore it and not provide any kind of resources or oxygen to it. But if they like it because they feel like it's good pub for the game, then they should manage it and they could avoid a lot of the stuff that
I think the
affects everyday players.
The pub's too good to walk away from. It's great pub for the game.
Yeah, I mean, if they want the pub, then they should manage the event. I know that's fraught and that brings in a lot of different issues, but just wink, nudge, like sort of supporting it, but nothing's official, I think makes the game suck, in some ways in that window when it's happening.
I'll add one other thing, which is that the teams that are competing in the race and are involved in those events are inside of a private Discord with community support and developers so that they can communicate things like, hey, we've noticed this thing, we're going to do this thing, what do you guys think? Like, those sorts of conversations do happen inside of these Discords. So a lot of the time when, oh, hey, there's an exploit happening, at some point that was communicated or at least was mentioned to the development team or to community inside of this situation so that they could handle that. It's the same thing of, hey, this boss bugged out, we need it reset, could someone help? Like, that's what that channel is used for a lot. But it's something to consider of, like, that they do cater on the back end to these teams, which is in their best interest because it means the content that I get to go and raid, 2 weeks after they've done it or 3 weeks after they've done it is better content because a lot of fixes have come out for it because they beta tested it for me, basically, which I appreciate. So it's just a thing I'm with Jason of, like, I don't know why they don't just say, yep, it's going to be a Blizzard sponsored event. We're going to set guidelines for this. We're going to set, restrictions on this and actually own it.
Speaking of pub, Yubi, Marcus, it's midday. We've all cracked beers, so everyone jump on board. It's time for the beer portion of the podcast. Zunder's cracked one. Very good. We're all here. Guys, we'll move on from this topic. Thank you so much for talking about that with me. And I just wanted to talk about the recent batch of tuning that's coming into classes. Look, we talked about some of it, the Druid heals, the Pally heals. Shadow Priests are getting a big buff. My beloved Unholy Death Knight, the flavor of the month in PvP at the moment, is getting a pretty significant nerf, which is sad to see, but, if you got to do it, you got to do it. I had one question regarding this, and everyone here will know more about this than me. Marcus, look alive. I might throw this your way. So, mate, you prodded me to check out the Unholy DK because you knew I was enjoying a DK for my first couple of weeks with the War Within, and I was playing Blood and everything was going great. And I was like, yeah, mate, I'll just play Blood. And you were like, mate, if you're fucking PvPing, you want to look in the direction of Unholy. And I did so, and I enjoyed it, and I had a modicum of success with that spec, which was great early on. I got onto, I'm just starting to get a foothold with, who I want to watch and who I don't want to watch with retail content creators. Obviously, the Starting Zone is someone I do want to watch, and I recommend everyone go over and check out the boys' podcasts. Spencer and Jason are right here. They've obviously been all-stars on this podcast. Please go and check out their content. But I've also been looking for class-specific stuff, and I found, Flarkness, who I think does a great job with the DK PvP side of things. And he was there sort of saying, look, I get it. We were very overpowered in PvP, but he was saying it's a bit of a kick in the dick when you're the class that cops the big nerf. And one of my question is, they copped a 15% hit to 4 of their abilities. Death Coil, I always struggle on this word. Virulent. How do you virulent? Virulent. It's so hard to say.
Virulent.
Yeah. Virulent Plague, Frost Fever, and Blood Plague, all copping 15% hits in PvP only, not affected in PvE. 15% seems like a lot. Maybe that's just me, but whatever. But also, my part B of my question, Marcus, is Flarkness was saying that it's a kick in the dick when your class gets the relatively significant nerf, and you can point out 2 or 3 other specs that are arguably doing equally as well as you in the flavor of the month department, and they go untouched, if not buffed. Have you felt the injustice at times with PvP nerfs and buffs? And how do you feel about, when you see numbers like 15% getting thrown around? It's fuck, how did it make it out of beta that overpowered if you're now going to cop it by 15%?
Yeah. So this happened to Mage, and it was again 15% for a heap of abilities and stuff like that. But then someone done the math on it. It was about 4.5% of overall damage. So it wasn't terrible. It looked terrible. It felt pretty fucking painful. When I seen it, it was oh man, Mage is gonna be crap. They're why would they do this? Why would they just nerf him into the ground? But it wasn't really a thing. It just the optics are bad. It just feels bad when you read the patch notes. But once you if you like the class, it fundamentally hasn't changed. Maybe a little bit less output. You'll still be fine with it, I think.
And so what's your take on, I'm sure you've been in this situation many times in the past, but what is your take when you kind of, you get caught by, you get caught by the cops and you kind of want to, obviously this wouldn't happen in IRL because we're not cunts, but it's the people that want to narc on their mate that's gotten away going, whoa, you caught me, but fucking look at dickheads running away over there. They did it too. And the cops miss them. Your class gets the nerfs, but the classes that are hitting just as hard as you get away with it for another week.
Yeah. It doesn't really bother me that much, man. I feel like I've got levers to pull to circumvent most things, especially in the modern form of the game. You can sort of work around it or whatever, and it doesn't really hurt me too bad. I don't really find myself in positions now where I'm oh, this class is busted and they've just nerfed me. I just want to not play the game. It just doesn't really happen to me so much anymore. It did earlier on, but not so much anymore.
All right. Does anyone here dabble with Shadow Priests? With like Shadow Priests got a fair few significant buffs to a lot of their abilities. Was this drastically needed?
I play my Shadow Priest, but it's more PvP. But only going off the data, it seemed like they needed just a little bit of something. But they do seem like big changes.
Yeah. Mind
It's hard for me to
Blast.
speak to because I haven't played it. Obviously, like it's just not what I do. But somebody on my team who had been maining Devastation Evoker, he joined us last expansion and has mostly played Dev Evoker. He was just like, man, it's just not clicking. I want to try bringing my priest, and he brought Shadow this week, and he did fine. So I mean, we're not really playing at the level where the tuning is the throttle, right? Like your own performance and variance is a way bigger part of like the level that we're playing at. So, it's anecdotal, but he made the swap and seemed to have a pretty soft landing with it, but that's the only person I've run into in my orbit playing Shadow Priest so far, which maybe that speaks to something about why some changes needed to come in.
I mean, I play Shadow on one of the characters that I have currently. And I would just say that from my experience doing delves, I haven't done a lot of keys. My experience doing delves and doing open world content, you just don't. There's too much ramp, is what it feels like to me. You don't have the initial pump damage that you'd want to have just to make the class feel good and like you're doing something a lot of the time. It's missing something that makes it.
All foreplay, no sex. Is that what you're saying?
I think so, and to a certain degree, Boomkin gets a little bit of this in that they are a ramping class. They're just not as hard ramping as a Shadow Priest is. A really heavily dot based spec that revolves around building up insanity and then spending insanity. By the time you actually build enough insanity to do something, typically the thing you're fighting is dead because someone else has killed it, which just doesn't feel good for that class.
Did you say finger fighting's dead?
So yeah, so the if you're doing like a Mythic Plus key, or you're doing a delve with like 2 or 3 people, you're like, okay, I got my dot up, I've cast a couple of mind flays, I've cast my mind blast that I need to cast. I'm starting to build insanity. I'm starting to get to be able to use my empowered abilities, and whatever I'm fighting is dead because the other people in your group have finished it. So I do feel like you need to feel as though your character is really contributing. And it's hard for Shadow Priest to feel as though they're contributing to the activities they're participating in. And so a buff could help them feel more like they're contributing to the activities they're in.
Right. Yubi, you're hard ramping as we speak, aren't you?
What? On my priest?
Fucking Marcus
IRL,
can't
bro.
take this cunt anywhere.
Only,
you throw a comedy lob up for the alley-oop and he fucking drops it.
I'm busy here being a fucking logs gremlin like I always am, looking at the data, and it's pretty like I don't know. Again, I haven't checked retail logs in fucking so long. It's pretty interesting to see how much it just completely flip flops, and based off who they're balancing around, which is obviously the tip of the spear, like mythic data, I assume. But if you look at like 95th percentile heroic clears, Shadow Priest looks great, Rogue looks great. Then you go Mythic data, they're like the bottom 3 specs in the game, like right down there. And you just go, who do you balance around? So that's where I wonder, like, would people read the changes and then they're going to go have a sook on Reddit? And it's like, they're not even balancing around you, bro. You're 4 of 8 heroic, like, you're doing fine there. These things aren't even really that noticeable to you. So it's not, I choose to just kind of opt out. The ignorance is bliss fucking saying is for me when it comes to the changes, because I'm not the tip of the spear in retail. So it doesn't really hurt me as bad.
I mean, I would say that circles back around to the people playing the class aren't necessarily the best people playing the class. So it doesn't get played as much, so then it gets underrepresented. The story I wanted to tell about that, though it's a brief one, was BlizzCon a while back when Grosscrawler was still there. On stage, made the announcement of, like, the reason why Frost Mages are considered bad at the moment at that point inside the meta was because no one who's good at playing them is playing them because they're all playing Fire and they haven't actually given the class a chance, whereas all the in-house testing has actually put them very comparable to each other as in DPS marks, and that's a consistent problem because he always makes fun of Ret Paladins, was one of the things he always did when he was there. With Ret Paladins, is there's just very few people who play Ret Paladin well. They're actually quite well balanced, which was the thing.
You just hope that just hope that some of the data-driven decisions they're making are because of something that we can't see.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, you go.
I was going to say, I definitely think they take into consideration what their in-house testing's telling them from their class leads in-house, as well as what the players' sort of perception is of that class and how to change that perception, because those are two very different things. But the reason why they'd be well represented and doing well inside heroics is stuff lives long enough they can ramp and do a whole bunch of damage. The reason why they're not represented very well or doing well inside mythics is because no mythic raiders taking a shadow priest when they could take a numerous other DPS specs that are substantially higher DPS than them when it comes to the overall and in the top like umpteenth percentile for people who are doing it.
Yeah. Does retail suffer a little bit like I compare it to Dota? Dota, a hero can get like sleeper buffed 4 patches in a row and just no one gives a fuck. Like, and in Dota it's weird, it's like +1 armor, +3 base damage, this ability does 10 more damage. And then a pro will use it in one game, they win, and then suddenly it's just meta. And they're like, yeah, this hero's probably been good for like 9 months. It's just that no one played it for ages because it was dead last year. Does that shit happen with mythic rating retail specs where, for example, Resto Druid, I believe, has gotten like 3%, 4%, 5% in a row. Everyone's just going, oh, they got 5%. They're getting percent on percent on percent now. There might just be a point where you go, like you're saying, Red Pally is amazing. It's just that 4 of you play it and 1 of you are good at it. It's actually amazing. And then like 10,000 Mythic Raiders re-roll the next week and start blood. Does that shit ever happen?
I think what you'll see with that meta-wise is in Mythic Plus first. I don't think you'll see it as much inside of Raid because Raid tends to, especially at Mythic level, Mythic Raiders look at what people who have already killed the boss have done and then try and do the same thing, which is part of why the preservation of Ochre nerfs that are coming on Tuesday and the ones we previously had are a really big deal. Because right now there's 1,200 teams that have killed Rashanan on Mythic and only 117 teams that have killed Ovanax, which is the next boss. And that's because Ovanax teams that are killing it have 2 preservation of Ochres, and we haven't seen any changes coming for Ovanax yet. So I'm really curious as to what Blizzard's going to do about that. But what I think we'll see is people go into Mythic Plus with Resto Druids, and we'll see that representation start to shift dramatically. And that's when people start thinking Resto Druid's actually a good thing. And then you'll see them represented more inside of raids and things like that. But on the Mythic level, it is the majority of the time what are they doing? Okay, let's do that. I mean, an example is when we're building for our raid team, we literally do a search of, okay, we have this healing composition. These are the healers we have. I'm going to filter the logs to only see teams that have killed this boss that have our healing composition. And then I'm going to look at what cooldowns they used and when they used them and build out a spreadsheet for where those are so that we can make sure that we're timing our stuff the same as they're timing their stuff.
I think like also, the investment in player time is so much different with WoW than like a match-based game, right? Like Dota. But it sort of has the opposite effect. I think a class that has suffered like in the opposite direction of this for a long time is Monk, right? Like Monk came in a weird spot because it was a new class, but it wasn't a hero class. So you had to invest in leveling it all the way up. And it also has some things about it that are pretty weird. And there have been times where like Monk was considered just straight up unviable to play, but it's really just because so many people who were touching it weren't playing it properly. I mean, I think now it's kind of baked enough into the culture that you don't see it as much, but I mean, it still does come up. I think Monk is sort of a class that never really got off the ground because of the way that it came in. And so it's always been kind of underrepresented, and I think a lot of the player base just doesn't know what to do with it, no matter what they kind of do to it tuning wise. But, I think also a lot, like your average WoW player really only plays like one character, right? So if they just sort of ride the wave, your average customer is not, responding to meta shifts and flavors of the month. If they're not having fun with what they're playing, they're just going to stop, I think is really what happens in a lot of cases.
Guys, let me just ask about Yubi, your beloved rogue. You were I don't know, okay with the changes that you saw come through in the latest blue post. But rogues in general are getting a really hard time in the War Within. A lot of people are saying that, look, it's the only class that people are really pointing to and going, rogues just aren't it. Have you felt that at all? Or are you saying, I know you play a priest, but you also play a rogue. You know, do you think it's overblown, what's going on with rogues right now?
I think we found our niche in keys just in the last bit of time. It seems we're appreciated, and let's not get ahead of ourselves. Heaven forbid, maybe even meta, maybe brother. But the only part of War Within that I've hated as a rogue was the fucking delves. Holy Jesus, was that shit?
Yeah, but you did all that before the changes, right?
Yeah, that there was a bit there where it sucked, but even now, like I'm only 6'12" eye level, but Jesus, even like tier 9s will fucking belt me if I haven't like flawlessly rolled old mate's potions pack to pack. Like if I'm going into a pack with none of those healing potion stacks, I get punished pretty badly. But outside of that, it's a lot of fun, and I think we're good. I think it just took a bit of... I mean, I've learnt this entire class. I have never played Retail Rogue in my life. So I have figured this all out in the last month, and there has been 3 very significant eureka moments of, I am a dumb fuck. I've been pressing my buttons in the wrong order. Or I literally may have ignored my entire hero talent tree operation for the first 8 days of the expansion because I didn't understand how it worked. But in terms of Mythics, I feel really strong. In Raid, it's a bit whatever, like the single target. I think sub is a lot better than assassination in Raid, if I'm not wrong, but my classic brain cannot download that many specs this soon. I'll learn sub maybe in season 2.
It's been fun learning, particularly coming from a classic mindset where, like, because I've played classics so much over the last 5 years, you know, you do take a lot of those just sort of stereotypes with you and little things like with my Holy Priest the last fucking 2 days, you know, I laugh because, like, I've been spamming power word shields only to discover that they're fucking awful on a Holy Priest, and you literally take that button off your hotbars. And to say to any classic priest, delete power word shield off your hotbars is insanity. You know what I mean? And so it's been a funny learning curve for sure. But like one thing I've got here is, can anyone explain to me, I mean, Yubi, I'll start with you, but if anyone else can tell me, why the fuck is Subtlety Rogue pulling in like 0.3% of the population playing it, which is 3 times fewer than the second least represented spec? Like, what is so broken with Subtlety Rogue, or is it just not a PvE spec?
No, as far as I'm aware, I'm pretty sure Liquid was progging Queen with a sub rogue, like they're relevant. My guess from being a rogue classic player, and I even have a bias against sub, I just don't like, ever since it became a PvE spec, which I believe was in MOP, in
fucking Kata.
Kata or MOP? Yeah, okay, Kata. I just don't like it. I've never liked Shadow Dance as a fucking pump ability to work around. I have no idea how the retail equivalent even works. I will give it a look at some point. But I think it's just that it was eternally entrenched in the PvP category of the class. And then even though they've made it work for PvE, people have just that's it. It's the PvP spec. And that's what it's been stuck to forever. At least that's my guess, like my assumption from coming from Classic.
The last time I remember it being good in PvE was like Legion, because it had like there's some Death from Above where that was the only finisher you would ever cast, and you had like infinite Shadow Dance, and it was insane. But it's almost never good in PvE.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's our best spec in the War Within currently, depending on the content. I think Assassination is more useful in keys. I think it's one of the better specs overall in keys. But I think in Raid, sub does beat it kind of overall. But I mean, if you were really trying hard, you'd probably be changing depending on the fight and shit like that anyway. So
sometimes, maybe it's just gameplay. Maybe people just don't. They're giving passive feedback to Blizzard saying like, we don't really like how this class plays with the hero talents, and something needs to change.
Yeah, I don't want the Discord to
all
come
of my
after
rogue
me.
main buddies were just like one guy who has only ever mained rogue with us since I don't even remember when he joined us, BFA Legion. It's been a long time. And he was like, I'm just not going to play it. He's just been maining warrior instead. One of my other rogue mains switched to red paladin, and the third one is still hanging in there with rogue, and he's just absolutely demolishing keys. Like I hadn't done any keys with him until the other night. Thursday was the first time I had done any keys with him, and I didn't know what kind of shape he was in. He's been grousing about the way rogue feels and about the hero talents, and he hasn't been doing a lot of keys, and he just stepped in and started blowing shit up. And I'm like, okay, well, I think he's playing outlaw. I guess that's fine for here. But I mean, none of these guys have ever liked sub, and only one of them, the guy who's playing warrior now, he would play it sort of under duress when it was really strong in the meta, which it's had its moments. You know, I remember in like early BFA too, like people were just stacking sub rogues. But it seems like at least the guys I encounter that are like rogue mains at heart, they just never want to play sub in PvE. And it's the play style, I guess. It just seems to turn them off.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. We're all the same. We all just don't like sub in PvE. It just feels wrong.
I mean, it's insane in PvP. It always has been. It probably still is.
I will confirm they did use a sub rogue as liquid to kill Queen on Mythic. That was a thing. It is a very strong spec. It is, I think, one of those specs where I mean everything you're saying is right in the sense that I think it is just a playstyle people don't enjoy very much. And I think that's really what it comes down to. And that's something for a lot of classes at the moment, because the 11.0.5 anniversary patch that's coming in is going to do a lot of reworks to hero talents, rotations, a lot of build stuff for a lot of classes. And so I do feel like sub might have ended up inside of the camp where it's just, hey, we're going to give it lots of damage, so it's really useful at the moment, but it might not feel the most fun to play, which we've seen with a lot of classes over the years. I remember when people were describing Guardian Druid as just being like the most brain dead kind of tank spec you could possibly play, with no real, it's still one of the easiest tank specs for sure, but with no real variety to it at all. And it's just, people just don't enjoy this, get bored playing the tank spec. And it's one of those cases where Blizzard needs to put the work into actually making the rotation fun. That's what they need to do.
Yeah. I'm a frequently self-admitting, I'm a dagger chad. It's what I like. So I'm going to be an assassination king no matter what they do to my boy. We're getting a single target overall buff, even though we're getting an AoE nerf. But I'm personally finding it so fucking wicked. Like, out of stealth, your garrote and ruptures spread to nearby targets. So you're just getting, firstly, a shitload of dot AoE, but that all feeds you energy back. Crimson Tempest feels great to spend. And then Caustic Splatter, just shooting poison at everything. So like you spread dots and AoE, and then you just single target pump, and your single target pump cleaves onto everything around you. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just from coming from Classic, but my dopamine is like leaking from my eyeballs when I'm doing keys at the moment. It feels so good to just, especially as a rogue, like just to have that up front, like you're 3 or 4 seconds in and you're just cranking millions of DPS. It feels so fucking good. So I'm having a lot of fun on it.
Let me, two last things. Like I said, I won't keep you all night, boys. We're passionate. I mean, 3.5 hours in, we're still all fucking on top of things and firing and passionate, but I'll wind it up relatively soon. I'll just say, second last topic of the day, I'll just go, I'd be interested to hear from you guys as we just kind of now get a bit more casual and shoot the shit around the pub. I'd love to hear what class you've probably found yourself enjoying the most, or a class that you're dying to try in the War Within. I mean, I'm basically at a point where, it's an interesting time for me with the War Within, where, a lot of my fans will laugh at the joke that I, purposefully keep myself away from meaningful content so that I never have to face my own demons. But I'm catching up, I'm basically like, I've just started playing this game a month ago, and I'm now leveling every fucking class under the sun to try and just catch up for all these people that have had all these classes ready for years. I had one level 66 character 6 weeks ago. Now I've got, I think, 3 level 80s and like 3 level 70s or something. Like I've just been leveling out the wazoo, and it's not boosted. It's pure dungeon spam. It's, you know, I'm not doing any like, oh, level 1 to 80 in 5 hours bullshit. Like I'm doing the like, nah, I want to learn this class. I want to learn this spec, and I'm spamming 30 dungeons on the way to 70 or whatever it might be. And I've been really enjoying it, but you know, I've only played about half of the specs in the game so far, or at least dabbled in them, but I'm really, really loving, like, the things that have clicked with me the most, and my personal winners of the War Within so far, way too early to say, but saying it anyway, is Fury Warrior, Blood DK, and God, what's the other one I really like? Well, I'm enjoying Holy Priest so far, but it's way too early to say. But Fury Warrior and Blood DK have been brilliant for me. There's been a few that haven't clicked. Like I've really not enjoyed Fire Mage. I've not been wild about, God, what else? Let me think. Wasn't wild about Holy Paladin. But yeah, I'd love to hear from you guys. Which spec or whatever are the clear standouts at this stage of the game for you in terms of fun?
I have a druid, I have a monk, I have a priest, and I have a mage at 80. And the monk is my really most fun. Windwalker monk to me is just really fun. It's just a very fun spec to play. This week is especially fun, because the affix that spawns in Mythic Plus spawns in at 1 hit point with a big shield on it, which means you can Touch of Death that affix, which is hilarious. So when it spawns in, I just do 9 million damage to it. It drops down to like 2% hit points on the shield, and you just kill it, which is super fun because it's utility for that class, and specifically that spec that is pretty cool. And you can Touch of Death in other specs for monks. So monks in general are strong during keys this week, which is neat. But I enjoy a rotation that is literally, hey, your mastery is based around you just not casting the same thing twice in a row. Always be pressing a different button is how monks work. And then their tier set right now is whenever you press your sort of button you press the most often, it makes your other buttons do more damage. When you press those, it makes the button you press most often do more damage. So it even encourages even more weaving and sort of just pressing different things, which I think is really neat. So I've really enjoyed its gameplay a lot. Windwalker Monk, I think, is a fun class at the moment.
Is there, Spencer, we'll sort of go through everyone. Is there a spec that has disappointed you in the War Within that you kind of like, wow, I'm shocked that they haven't taken a better look at this one?
I mean, initially it was Resto Druid, just because of the lack of throughput comparatively to other healers. So when I would sort of, our first week heroic, when we went in with 30 people, so we're bringing 6 healers with that 30 people, it really felt like every single other healing class was just stepping on me, which was really unfortunate, because you're like, I mean, for that tier of content, the quality of player that we have as far as the dedication they put in for time to play the game, we don't tend to plan things out for heroic because we just sort of push through heroic. And it meant that we didn't have like a healing cooldown rotation sheet, and this is where I'm going to use Trank, and this is where I'm going to use these abilities, so we can take really good advantage of those cooldowns, which just meant that like I would go to Trank, and at the same time, you know, a Holy Priest would hit their big cooldown, or a Shaman would hit their big cooldown, or someone else, and all those cooldowns are more rapid than Trank, which means all of them would just heal people before I could even get my ramp going. And the ramp and the tier set and ramp for Resto Druid is also based around a really long time period ramp. You need 10 to 15 seconds lead up before damage, and then you basically take advantage of the 8 seconds after that damage has happened to do your most effective healing, which is really unfortunate because chances are someone else is doing more healing than you, and then so your ramp is just like been crushed. So it used to be for me back in the BFA days and whatnot that Resto Druid was always being stepped on by absorbs. Anyone who could put an absorb on something just negated the ability for my HOTS to do anything, because people wouldn't take damage. You'd have paladins and disc priests and whatnot just basically negating all the damage for the raid. And now it's the thing of, okay, well, I want to do healing, but everyone's able to top everyone so much faster than me because I'm all about ramp. that I am now in a situation where I'm just never able to essentially feel like I'm contributing the way I should be, which is again unfortunate. So Resto Druid is the one that's disappointed me the most so far.
There you go. Taken to task. I love it. Jason, has there been a winner and a loser spec-wise in the War Within so far for you?
Prop Warriors always stays winning, baby.
But is it you're
it's such a
biased?
cop-out
Is it
answer.
actually?
I mean, I've been playing the same character for 20-ass years. Like,
well, then Well, then I'll change the question.
That's my joke answer. I'm happy. I'm happy with where Prot Warrior landed. And
let's rank it though, Jason. Let's rank it. Where is Prot Warrior now compared to your highs and lows over the years?
Well, Legion would be the top, especially considering how broken it was in 7.0.
The damage.
And it was really good in mid BFA too. But what I really like is, they've landed on this pretty rewarding and impactful feeling play style over the years with the spec, and the Mountain Thane talents bring in nothing really extra that you have to do. It just looks cool. It adds more damage. It adds some more utility with some of the choices you can make. So I've been happy with that. But I think actually, like, the standout for me among what I've played is Brewmaster Monk. Apparently we're just here to pump monks up tonight, but I started dabbling with Brewmaster in Legion, and it was a real kind of diamond in the rough for me. I didn't expect to like it as much as I did, and it kind of immediately became my secondary alt, for the last 6 years, something like that. But in Dragonflight, it had gotten a little bloated, Monk is supposed to feel kind of smooth, I think. That's what I like about it. When it's feeling like everything's clicking into place, that's when Brewmaster feels really fun to play. And man, like the preferred builds in Dragonflight had so many cooldowns and so many buttons, and you're gonna on pull you're gonna drop your Ox statue, and you're gonna hit your both of your Shadowlands active abilities that are still in the talent tree, and then you're gonna do your exploding keg. You're going to go down the list of all of these cooldowns at the top of the fight, and it's like, that doesn't feel good when you're trying to tank and set combat up and get everything into position. And they streamline that a lot. They cut a lot of that stuff out in viable builds for this expansion. So that's cool. And the 2 hero talents that you have access to are, one of them is clearly like much more defensive, and the other one is much more offensive, and so you can use whatever you want for the situation. And they don't add bloat. Like, neither one of them really add any new thing to push, and that's a big thing for me with tanking, is like there's a limit on how many buttons I can really manage and feel comfortable with. And so it doesn't really add too much bloat in that regard. It is more stuff you kind of have to mentally keep track of, and Brewmaster has quite a bit of that to begin with, but overall, like, I think that for me got the biggest kind of upgrade in terms of how it feels to play. I've been having fun with Guardian Druid too. I think Elun's Chosen is way more fun to play than I thought it would be. Guardian has sort of a weird problem with stuff just not there. There's no like impact on Guardian stuff. It feels like to me, and I don't know why. I don't know what they need to do to make it feel more impactful, but I always kind of just feel like I'm twisting in the wind when I'm playing Guardian. But Elun's Chosen does bring in like new buttons to push. So I don't. I guess it's really it's really contextual. But everything is kind of revolved around Lunar Beam, and that's not something I ever would have talented into before. So that's been kind of a nice surprise too. I haven't played much Prot Paladin, but of what I've played, like, that's the one that to me just feels like it's not clicking. I don't know. The hero talents don't feel great to me. And you'd think that like they could do some really awesome shit with Paladin hero talents, right? Like, it's such an iconic class in Warcraft. It's just overall, it just hasn't landed for me so far. I know there's changes coming. I also have spent the least time on it, but if I liked it more, then I probably would have spent more time on it.
Red Paladin
Seems like a common take. They're like significantly the most underrepresented tank of all the tanks.
I just think they got the least cool shiny
Yeah,
new stuff to do.
Red Paladin, on the other hand, feels great and is very highly represented right now, right up there with Resto Shaman.
Yeah, they're blast. I got like 5-6 dudes maining Ret Paladin trying to get spots and raids, and it's like it's a good spec, and you guys are blasting, but I don't really want to take 6 of you to every single fight.
Yeah. Is Ret Pally like just brain dead in retail? Because that's my old legacy opinion of them, that they just go into trash packs and go 1, 2, 3, things are dead. Hold W. 1, 2, 3. Oh, this one lit up. 4.
That's my impression, and my impression comes from the people playing it who aren't shy about that. So.
Yeah, it is. Like,
if it's inaccurate, it's because of them. Don't
in
blame
the small
me.
amount of time,
we continue to look lowly at them. Then okay.
In the small amount of time I spent with them, and this was again like the last 48 hours, I leveled my fucking priest from 1 to 80. Basically, the 48 hours preceding that, I did a paladin from basically 1 to 80 as Ret, and look, the very little time I've spent with it, I can just say that, like, mate, it's basically fucking Divine Storm spam, and like, okay, how do I say this? I am not a wonderful WoW player, guys. I'm not. I really think I'm average. No matter what spec I'm playing, I tend to be number 1 or 2 on the meters, no matter what I'm doing, right? But just because I'm not saying I'm good, I just press my fucking buttons. I just went on a whole spiel about healers should DPS and leave no GCD behind. If you just press a button every GCD, you'll do reasonably well in this game, and that's all I do. But what I'm getting at is, I played no differently on this Ret Paladin than I have on 10 other specs that I've leveled in the War Within. The discrepancy between me and everyone else on the meters on that 1 to 80 journey was so much more disgustingly noticeable on the Ret Paladin than any other spec. I was just like, holy shit. No pun intended. Like, it is like your Divine Storm procs all the fucking time. You just know when to press it versus your Final Verdict or whatever the fuck it's called, the single target version. And it just slaps if you're playing it right. And it's easy as shit.
Did you get to the point where Wake of Ashes is proccing wings every 30 seconds?
Yeah, I did. Wake of Ashes is busted.
Yeah, it's like that's the appeal of Ret Pally. It's fucking brain dead easy. It's exactly what Yubi was saying. It's a 1, 2, 3. This one lit up. Okay, sick. I just topped the meter.
Yeah,
but it looks fucking awesome, and I think people just love the theme. Like the hero talent's like really exposed that people just love like sick theme for their classes, like Death Knights, Warriors.
Yes,
they got fucking awesome talents. Paladin got sick talents for Ret and Holy, and then Proc got the fucking Shaft, but that's it.
Well, this is sorry, I was just going to say that's what the War Within has done so well, when taking it all the way back to the top of this episode, when I sounded like an idiot saying I don't know how to tell people why I'm enjoying this game, but I just am. And everyone keeps highlighting it on the forums and the subreddit and whatnot. But it's really true. If I'm speaking to people right now who haven't tried the War Within yet, I'll just say this much, like, if you play MMORPGs for the fantasy aspect, if you're like an old school not even a role player, like you don't have to be a role player to enjoy this, but like if you're like that guy or that kid that's like, fuck, I just like fantasy. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? I like that environment. I like that aspect. Whether you're a D&D and a role play enjoyer or not, just I like being in a fantasy world. The War Within has made the vast majority of specs in this game really feel like you are that character. And I know it sounds lame to some of you who don't care about some of this stuff, but like, Red Paladin, Blood DK, Unholy DK, Holy Priest, whatever it is, you feel so fucking washed over with that class fantasy. It's ridiculous. And they do it by, like the way Parallax is saying, the animations, the talents, and just the look and feel of the class. And like, I really felt that on my Ret Paladin. It was the first time, and look, I've played a bunch of Ret in other iterations of the game, but it was the first time I really feel like this absolute fucking train of holy justice. Like, there is just yellow lights going everywhere, and you're pumping, and you're like, be gone, demons, all that bullshit. You know what I mean? Fury Warrior, I love it because it's a relatively simple rotation. And the fucking animations and the sound effects, Jason, I'm not sure if you've dabbled with Fury much, but like, that's why it's really resonated with me. I'm all about sound and animations. Fury Warrior makes you feel like you are squashing someone's face in, as opposed to a lot of the other melee specs where you get like more airy sound effects, and like, you know, the impact isn't quite as there. So Fury Warrior, the class fantasy is fucking high. Unholy Death Knight. You've got your hero talents with like all these ghosts riding in to aid you in battle. Like, you've got the fucking army of the undead behind you in Lord of the Rings. Like, it fucking feels sick. They've done really well.
Like it. I think we like it more and we appreciate it more because we've come from Classic, where you kind of want that, and then you come here and you like what you're saying, you just soak that up. And I said on a few weeks ago, for me, that's what diminishes the whole, like, oh, everyone has a heal. Yeah, but I'm a rogue, and to me, it seems dumb, but like, it feels so roguelike that my heal is me whipping a sneaky little potion out my back pocket. It's kind of the only way you could make a rogue have a heal and make it seem legit. It's a dirty little trick. You're popping a pot in a jewel. It's very frowned upon, very roguelike. Whereas like other classes have other means to heal. So even though there's that like generalization of classes seeming to have all defenses and stuff like that, they're so driven in the class fantasy that you absolutely don't mind. That they're so different from each other, but they achieve the same outcome. And I think we like that coming from Classic, where you don't really have that. Like, the class fantasy is that you just have 5 abilities that no one else fucking has anything else like. So I agree. I'm loving it. Even on my priest, I love the whole fucking void tentacle monstrosity that you become. Even though when it first came out, it wasn't that popular with the class that we went void instead of shadow. I think it's great. And I don't know, like, if you've played retail for long enough, it's your norm. But for us that have just come into the game, you can play Pally and you feel like the most righteous prick on the planet, just smiting shit down with your weapons. Like, it's fucking awesome.
A real classic fantasy comes from having black bolt flying out from your hands versus red fiery bolt. That's the real class fantasy.
I wanted to,
that's it.
to touch on your feeling of hitting number 2 or topping the DPS meters in your level up groups. The thing that all of the classes you described, as far as Rep Paladin, Fury Warrior, and DKs to a certain degree, depending on the spec, is very short, big cooldowns. It's something that I find a lot of players don't do very often, is press their big buttons that have long timers on them. So they don't press Celestial Alignment very much because it's a 2-minute cooldown. It used to be a 3-minute cooldown. They don't press those ones as much, whereas Rep Paladin and Fury Warrior have like 30 to 45 second cooldowns on things.
Yeah.
And it means that you can press them and you know they're going to be back up soon every time you press them. So you press them again and you press them again, and there's no like, do I need to hang on to this? When's the boss happening? When are they pulling the big trash pack? What's happening with, like, none of that happens?
Completely agree.
And so I think it's there is something about our player base that's the same thing as like, ooh, how many people have like the transform into Deathwing things sitting inside of their bag still that they've never used one of, because there's going to be that time where you want to use it and you have 50 of them that you got from doing that in-game holiday and you've never used any of them because you just hold on to them. They didn't want to use consumables. So I won't drink a potion to stay alive here. I'll just see if I can make it through this, because that's a potion. It costs something and I only have so many, and you have to get more. Like there's something about that, like, limited amount that people like hold on to things. And it's the same thing with cooldowns, where people hold on to their big cooldowns to try and find that moment where they need to use them, as opposed to just being like, let loose, let's go. That's where a lot of damage comes from.
That's part of the reason I said to Jason,
that's one of the skill plateaus in Keystones.
Yeah.
Is learning, like, use your cooldowns on cooldown, or like at least line them up, like use them on trash, but use them on the right trash. And like, these are all sort of, stepping stones of knowledge on the way to reaching higher skill levels.
I'm so bad for that. I reckon I pressed Death Mark like twice in a full Mythic. It's a 2-minute cooldown, for Christ's sake, and I'm pressing it twice in 35 minutes because I'm just like, no, there'll be another big thing to use it on, and there isn't. for ages.
Yeah, like probably don't use it on like the pack right before a boss, but you know,
Yeah, I
like,
just gotta
get it going right away, and
Yeah,
it's that's something that like players who are newer to Keystones really need to just accept. Like, and I mean, geez, I remember when a cooldown used to be an hour or 30 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, you only push this button if you really need to, and
Yeah.
even though it's been, you know, it's 18 years, that's still in my brain somewhere, but. Yeah, I mean, you just got to let it rip, you know, especially in keys. Like, it makes such a huge
100%.
difference. And especially if you can stagger them, like, okay, somebody's going to use their 3-minute on the first pack, then somebody else is going to use their 2-minute on the second pack. And, you know, somebody's always blasting on every pack. It feels so great when you can line all that
yeah.
up.
I'm holding my 2-minute cooldown like it's fucking wreck in Classic.
Yeah.
And it's just like, no, just send it. So I'm just getting weak auras that yell at me now. And they're just like, Kingsbane, idiot. It's 1 minute cooldown. You can use it every second trash pack.
I've
Pillar
gotten
of
more
Frost
used-
is 45 seconds and it feels great.
Oh, well, that's the thing about Odin. Like Odin's Fury that I said to Jason the other week is my favorite ability in the game. At a 45-second cooldown, just feels perfect because it's like, you know, it's long enough that it feels weighty when you get it, and you're like, "Ooh, this great ability is available," but also not long enough that like you get to use it often enough that it feels really good. But also like. The one that I've had a really hard time reconciling with in the War Within, even though I've gotten quite used to just, like you say, pop your cooldowns when you get them because they're only 90 seconds to 2 minutes. You'll be able to pop them a lot during the dungeon. The tough one for me is Guardian Spirit with the Holy Priest, where I'm like, okay, I accept that it, you know, increases healing on the target by 60%, which is fucking amazing. That's great. It's a 1.5 minute cooldown, whatever it is, or 2 minutes, whatever it is. You can do it all the time. But the thing that fucks with me is how it's a cheat death as well. So like you pop it on someone and they won't die from a killing blow. They pop back up to 40%. That's the part of the tooltip where I'm like, it feels weird spending this regardless every 90 seconds because that is the definition of like, oh shit, this person's about to die. Don't worry, I've got you, Guardian Spirit. Oh, sorry, it's on cooldown because I pop it every second pack. You know?
Give people their wings, Josh. Just give them their wings. They want wings.
Oh, it's so hard.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Well, hey, if everybody's taking that much extra damage or extra healing, then they're not going to need the cheat death, right? So
Well,
that's
the biggest
the give and take.
The nicest thing about it is the chance to ignore someone. So we talked about Siege of Borealis last boss. You can dispel one person and 2 people get debuffs. You can literally dispel one and just Guardian Spirit the other and then just go back to doing what you're doing healing-wise. Because that person will tick down, technically die, but get full health again from the wings proccing, and then you can deal with healing them again, which is great. So you'll find utility moments where you just go, oh, okay, I can only heal so many people. So part of my triage is throwing this on someone so they just don't die and get a nice heal back up when it procs, and then continue on with my day as to what I'm doing.
Hey, John, Sinner, 5-shot, all you guys, is there a spec we've done dirty that we haven't shouted out that should be shouted out as a winner or a loser so far from the War Within? What are you playing? What are you loving?
I think Frost DK feels really good. It feels like most like it used to feel than like all the other classes.
Well, it just got a rework, didn't it? Because the only thing I would say 5-shot is like, I haven't tried it since whatever rework or whatever changes it got in the last week or two, but I tried it a month ago and I mean, I found it personally the most boring spec I've played so far in the War Within. It did not resonate with me, but if it resonates with others, I totally get it. But what did they change with it to try and jazz it up recently?
I mean, you got I haven't played it significantly other than like in Shadowlands and also just this, but you've got that Frostworm's Fury cooldown. You've got the Abomination limit that pulls things into you. You've got Pillar of Frost on a short cooldown, and you've got the typical Howling Blast, Obliterate, Frost Strike, Remorseless Winter. It feels fun to me. It just feels like I'm just blowing a bunch of frost, frigid winds into my enemies and big crits and stuff.
Well, that's the thing. Every class fantasy is subjective. It all like sings to some people and won't sing to others. And I think that's the beauty of having fucking, 27 or whatever specs it is in the game. God, no, what is it? How many specs have we got? We've got 13 classes, fucking a zillion specs.
Frost DK will probably be my first alt. If I do decide to have another PvE alt, I'm going to send a Frost DK for sure.
There you go.
One of my big pumpers has been going. I mean, he's a DK main typically, but he's been going dual wield Frost and just loving it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's been that way forever, but that's my nostalgia. There was the dual wield Frost DK when it fresh came out in TBC, and I knew that I liked it. You just punched big fucking Frost strikes, and you felt like a plate rogue more than a Fury Warrior, which is why I liked it. So I'm gonna give that a dabble again. I'm in the same boat as you. My bias is that the one guy in my guild is like probably one of the best going around, so you're only seeing it being executed flawlessly, and I'm like, wow, it looks so good.
Yeah, he's like one of our strongest players and just crushing it. They do need to fix Cinderghost's breath though, because it seems to go through walls and terrain and pull stuff that's under the floor or around the corner. But Abomination Limb is one of the best abilities I think they've put in the game.
Oh, it's great.
It's so great, and like, man, I love running keys with my DK buddy with a bomb limb, because it's like, oh, here's the part where the boss spawns the 5 ads. Well, don't worry, they'll be all on top of the boss in about 2 seconds. It's so cool.
Unless it's Cinderbrew Brewery, and then you just wipe your whole.
Well, yeah, unless you don't want the ads on the boss, and they push it anyway, and you go, "Why did you do that?" And they go, "Well, I forgot."
I hate that Unholy DK can't dual wield. I wish that was a thing, but anyway. Anything else that we are on the home track, guys? Anything else we haven't shouted out spec wise that anyone feels needs some love or some hate?
Does anyone play Hunter?
I'm
I do
trying
not play Hunter.
one, but I'm not really that enthused about it.
I just wanted to say fuck you with rapid shots. Just pisses me off in PvP literally daily. It upsets me more than it should.
It's on a 20-second cooldown, isn't it?
It is short because I have fought hunters and they have used it on me multiple times, like within the same duel. I'm like, he's used it. I'll survive for the next half a minute. No, he's rapid firing me again, and I don't have any defensives left.
Well, what's that shot that the aim shot turns into?
Oh,
Dark Arrow.
Yeah,
Black Arrow.
Yeah, Black Arrow.
That's like Whispering Shot or something.
Oh yeah.
That thing will in lower level PvP, it will literally one shot me. I hate that thing.
Fucking Hunter's been hating him for 20 years.
Yeah,
I know. Like, I don't play a Hunter. I used to, but I know they changed. Just like speaking of thematics, like I know they're making Dark Ranger a lot more fun or more look cooler. So I'm sure people will like that.
All right, I've got 2 quick complaints to get off my chest before we go, and I'm sure I'll think of more after the podcast ends. But Jason and Spencer, if you could just take this to the devs, that would be great. Thank you very much. I hate, and this might be, good game design, I don't know, you tell me. The war supply drops that come into the map?
Yep.
I fucking hate that that's faction locked, because, aren't all the servers one-sided servers? I play Horde on a very alliance-heavy server, fucking very alliance-heavy. That's deleted content from the game. I can never, ever, ever, ever get a war supply drop. And I've been on some, literally the second they drop, and, 20 fucking alliance come in there in 3 seconds. They take 10 seconds to unlock or whatever, so you have to stand there, fucking doing the thing. I'm literally never, ever going to get one. It's deleted content. It doesn't exist in the game for me because of the way it works, that only the faction that unlocks it can get it.
Well, here's what you do. First of all, if you're in war mode, it's a separate shard, right? So it's not like your own home realm or whatever. It doesn't work that way.
A war group or whatever.
You're in a war mode shard based on your battle group. Click the green eyeball and start a group and convert it to a raid and nab people. So war mode was pretty cool in BFA, but I feel like it hasn't really gotten any support since then, and I don't do anything with it anymore. But I used to play war mode consistently in BFA. I would do the faction incursions in war mode, and I'd group up with my friends, and we go do the world quests, and we do the weeklies to get honorable kills in war mode and all that. And we just run around with a 5-stack death ball outdoors and just stomp people, and it was super fun. There was also an event that would happen hourly or every other hour or whatever in Nazjatar that was a world PvP event. And, the rewards for it were pretty good. And sometimes you'd get the supply drops during that, while that event was going on. And there was some guild in NA that would just run
Ruin.
multiple, Ruin Gaming. They'd start multiple which was hilarious because they were ruining the game for any Horde players and their shards. But like, they just run 2 or 3 concurrent raids in these shards and just fill them out, 40 players, and just zoom all over the map. So the thing is, like, it's supposed to fill this in, right? It's supposed to load balance these shards, but players can manipulate that by inviting people to groups. So if you can grab people to come along with you, then you can sort of overload your shard with players of your faction. And then that.
But if I turned off war mode, isn't it still faction logged?
If you turn off war mode, they don't happen. They don't exist.
Yeah, you wouldn't see the drops. The drops only happen.
It's only a war mode thing.
Yeah.
But still, I don't know. I'm not going to find a group of fucking hordes ready to go for these things. I don't know. But
you'd be surprised starting a pre-made. If you start a pre-made inside war mode just for doing dailies or just for trying to get a drop or something like that, if you see a drop coming in and just start a group immediately when the drop comes in and say something like it's the airdrop or whatever it was inside the title, you'll probably fill out a group pretty quick and get a lot of people there that you can be grouped up with, which is nice because people do seek that out for achievements and gear and conquest and all those fun things you get from those drops, which is certainly exciting. So I would definitely recommend starting a group. When my BFA days for that kind of stuff, when I was really into it, I would regularly seek out people who were doing it. So Bajira and I would go around stomping people, me as Resto Druid, him as Warrior, and we just grab people from his stream and we just crush people, which was really fun doing a lot of that. But it was also just one of those cases where Ruin Gaming was like the thing to do in Agitar. Like I would just sit in that Discord and wait whenever I wanted to do my daily for PvP stuff, which was awesome.
All right, you ready for my last ridiculous shit take that I want to complain about? That everyone here will think this is great, and every other WoW player would think this is great, and I'll be on an island on this one. I fucking hate the ability on your mount where you can dismount people, where you can fly through them and effectively one-shot people because they fall to their death. I hate it. It rewards players who are shit at PvP. And you might think, oh, this is just a guy. It's skill, mate, just because you can't do it. No, I can do it to other players. I have absolutely fucking done the aerial, gymnastics and flown around them and fucking dismounted them. It's not that I can't do it. I think it's fucking ridiculous. And I'll tell you one last massive UB loves my PvP rants. Every fucking cunt who does this to me, I track them down, I find them for a one-on-one, and guess what happens when they're on the ground? They're fucking terrible at PvP. And Warcraft always puts in things for shitheads like, you can kill lobies and shit like that. Warcraft always loves rewarding shitheads. And this is like so dumb. You're flying by and some fuckwit comes from nowhere and dismounts you. And I get that it's only like 15 seconds out of your day. You just die, you res, whatever. But they run around and they get to do the like, eat shit, fuckwit. Mate, you pressed one button, and then when you get to actually PvPing them, they're fucking terrible every time. Like, every person I fight in Classic who kills lobies, 9 out of 10 times, they're the worst fucking PvP player on the server. And they do it because they're dog shit. Rant's over. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Well, that's why they're killing lobies, because they can't kill players at max
exactly.
level.
I know.
No, you're right.
The Netomatic is kind of funny though. Like if you have an immune to floor ability, like you just heroic leap back to the ground and then fight them. That was always fun. I honestly haven't played war mode in 4 years. I never did it once Shadowlands started. I never turned war mode back on. So I haven't had any of these experiences in years.
Nah, man, war mode is life.
It really feels like a system that
war mode is life. PvP or get out.
Yeah, I haven't done it.
So I want to highlight because I have been doing war mode this expansion, which has been an experience. And yes, whirling through someone and dismounting them is, in my opinion, not an enjoyable experience. The thing that I don't enjoy about it is people will just camp you, which is the thing that bothers me. Like I'll literally have someone circling, waiting for me to mount, and then they'll whirl through me the moment I mount, just because they want to troll me. It's like it's like the rogue who just saps people randomly as they sort of are riding through the world. It's
No
like, why?
skill, no skill.
Like-
And I've done it. I've hunted because the cunt that whirls me, I'll just go, all right, you want to be a dickhead? I've just camped them for 10 minutes and going, you're not going anywhere until I whirl you back.
Right.
You know what's kind of fucky? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, which they started it. So, I mean, in my opinion, that's fair game if you're going to do something like that. If you poke someone in PvP, you have invited the countermeasures in the situation.
I'm saying, like, it is, you should never have the death button in a game. You should never have, I press this one button and you die. And I know that people want to go, oh, but mate, it's skill. You have to fly around and do it right. Like, don't care. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't be in the game.
That's not right.
I don't know. It's not skills. Kind of funny, but
it's kind of funny, but the comedy doesn't outweigh like the practicality.
What was kind of funny was in Burning Crusade as a mage in Nagrand, standing on one of the little floating islands and sheeping people on their mount as they flew past and they'd fall to their death. That was funny.
Yeah, I mean that is hilarious, right?
No.
Well, Josh, if you just weren't such a PvP world PvP troll edgelord, then you wouldn't have to.
I know. I'm trying. Well, Marcus,
save yourself the misery.
Marcus is back now, so where he'll pull me out of the world and we'll go do some arenas. And if fucking Yubi fucking is lucky, maybe we'll drag him along and carry him through some as well.
Hey. We're gonna get smashed in threes, I reckon.
Mate, we got Marcus.
Yeah. Arena's not really my preferred fucking PvP game mode, to be honest, but
Nah, we'll be right.
I prefer the big picture approach.
Here we go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, boys, look, I'm going to wind it up there because I want all this retail talk. You know, it makes me want to go play some fucking retail. Guys, look, thank you so much. We're 4 hours in. Who would have thought Countdown to Classic would be here with a 4-hour spirited retail chat for you? But like I said, I've got some demons to wrestle with in that, like, I don't really know what to do. Where I run a popular WoW bit of content, a classic content, and here I am not logging on to classic and really enjoying the retail version of the game. You know, retail launched 6 weeks ago, like I said, and it's really captured my heart and mind in a way that it just hasn't in 15 years. I'll have to figure out what I'm doing, and I'm not. This isn't me going like time for a retail podcast. No, it's not what I'm saying. I'm just like, what do I do? I'll have to have a think about, like, this is why I'm also saying, like, not much is happening on the sod front in terms of there's no real need for a weekly show. I'll just have to sort of figure out what I'm doing. But let me do the thank yous and just say, cheers so much to you guys for being here for all 4 hours. Jason, it made it started with you. We'll kick off with you. Like I said, I'm going to do the plug for you. The Starting Zone is the podcast, everyone. It is the retail podcast. Any kind of retail conversation I would ever do would only ever pale in comparison to what Spencer and Jason do on a regular basis. They are the S tier. They are the gods of retail podcasting. Please go and check out the Starting Zone. If you like Countdown to Classic, you will more than love what they do over there. Jason, mate, thank you so much for being here.
Josh, you're too kind as always. It's always an honor and a privilege to get the invite to come on Countdown and talk about something that's maybe a little outside of the wheelhouse around here. So always a good time. And yeah, man, we really put in some work tonight, but
mate,
thank you so much for having me.
I did it because I enjoyed it. Like I said, like this isn't fake for me. This is, and I've always sort of said everything I've ever done countdown wise or content wise, Jason, and I know you guys are the same. Money and views is never in my mind, ever, never has been, never will be. I talk about what I'm enjoying, not about what brings in the fucking views. My content life cycle would look very, very different for the last 7 years if I was all about the cash and the views. I'm doing this podcast now. He's, like I said, 4 hours and 10 minutes into me talking about retail, knowing that, guess what? The bulk of my audience don't like this shit. But I want to talk about it, and I've had a blast talking to you guys. So thank you so much. It's where my head's at the moment. So thank you for indulging me.
Absolutely, man. I mean, it's been really fun to kind of go on this journey with you these last few weeks since expansion came out, and people around the Countdown community have been super cool to hear from in terms of like their experiences, maybe stepping back into retail after a long break or even like maybe a shorter one. I feel like we've had, I don't want to go on like a whole thing here, especially this late in the process, but I feel like we've had some sort of a weird reckoning across the wider player base in the last like year. I think SOD brought a lot of eyeballs into Classic in a way that retail players were like, you know what, there's some really cool stuff here that, that them taking some chances with it really reignited something with kind of the baseline coolness of vanilla WoW. And then I think on the other hand, like injecting some different play styles and some more variety into that content that everybody loves made the Classic players go, like maybe you can mix up the formula a little bit and still retain what makes WoW to me, and I think that opened a door. And I think the dev team continuing to make smart choices about how they present the game and what is available to do in the game has welcomed in a lot of players who maybe thought they would be out forever and were just totally done because they were never going to turn the ship around. Right. So it's been a real interesting almost entire year, right? SOD was what, November 30th or something. So we're just about 10 months out from that whole thing. And it's been cool. I feel like, 5 years ago, there were kind of really stark divisions in some corners of the community. It's like, you got to pick a side. Like, what are you playing? Like, okay, you play WoW, but like, what kind of WoW are you playing? And I feel like, I mean, as we kind of talked about a few hours ago, it is hard to split your time between multiple versions of the game, but if you can find ways to do it, I feel like it's super rewarding. There's so much cool stuff to go play inside that client right now, and you're going to find something you like somewhere if you check it out. That's the way I feel about it at the moment. That's the way.
Spencer, mate, thank you so much. Fucking, as I said, everyone go listen to these guys. These two carried us today. Go listen to them on the starting zone, mate. It was very sweet of you to jump in. I appreciate that, Spencer.
Oh, I mean, I finished up my 11.5-hour workday and was like, what a better way to finish the whole day than just coming in and talking more WoW with people. So I appreciate that, I was able to hop in and that you're always open to, both lending your voice to our show when we're doing more classic stuff, because I did a lot of SOD 1, 2, and 3 for phases, but also, vice versa of us getting on when you're feeling in the mood for some of this. Jason and I's show is much more structured and scripted and, built to do what it does. And it does that well. And I'm very, very happy about it. It's just, we don't get much opportunity like this to kind of spitball and go off onto a tangent.
I was thinking that, and I must ask, like this was, I think, your first taste of jumping in with what I call the peanut gallery, not knowing what the fuck is going to come up and having everyone, 10 people sitting in a room and just anyone fucking says whatever at any time. What'd you think of it? It's a different format, isn't it?
I really enjoy it. We used to hop in on Azeroth Roundtable with John and Ben back in the day, and it's very similar to this of, hey, let's sit down with some people who all kind of have a passion and a love for the game, and maybe we have a few general discussion topics, but we'll just kind of see where the conversation goes. And I've always enjoyed those formats of shows, and Jason and I often talk for 15, 20, 30 minutes before we start recording Starting Zone about things like this as we sort of catch up. Because we really only talk 1 or 2 days a week between the two of us. But one of those days is recording day. And then we're like, all right, see you next week. And that's kind of, we've done that for 10 years.
Yeah.
So now it's one of those things where, we do have those catch-up moments, and it's nice to do it. So I love getting on shows like this. And you create a great show and certainly represent a really important part of the WoW community. So I love when I can lend my voice.
I appreciate you, brother. Yubi, they carried. They did great, didn't they?
Oh, of course. I'm a new sub to their pod, and I look forward to it every Tuesday. So don't let me down, lads. It's a good couple of hours of my workday every week now. So
people listen to them, their days change. So don't get used to it.
Yeah. Well, it was a lot of fun talking with everyone, and this was good. and you haven't even got me to fucking rant about how good crafting is for an hour. So we're coming back.
Well, I had professions down, but we hit over the 4-hour mark, and I was like, I'm going to have to delete a couple of these talking points.
We'll just split it in two, and maybe we'll rant again sometime soon.
All good. I mean, the final takeaway that people should have for you is that you're a fucking piece of shit, and I'm sick of arguing about fucking healing with a dog who doesn't heal.
I healed once for 4 minutes. That's enough of a resume.
Mate, I healed a dungeon in TBC 15 years ago. I think I'm qualified to fucking talk about healing. Is that the gist of it?
That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I healed a molten core when I was 10. That's enough.
You fucking prick. Marcus, mate, thank you so much. We will be balls deep in some retail PvP soon, I've no doubt.
Yeah, man, for sure. And it's great to be here. Great to rub shoulders with some retail greats, I guess. And looking forward to doing it more in the future.
Very good. John, mate, you're a legend. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Thanks for having me. And I appreciate the Starting Zone guys. I've been listening to their podcast since, like, I don't know, WOD, and it was like the only one that wasn't dumpstering on the game. But at least they're fair. Like, if there's something that needs to be addressed, they'll say it, but they just, seem to be fair and reasonable in their feedback and their opinions, and I appreciate that.
Well, let me ask you this. Who would you vote more likely to fart in a crowded elevator, Spencer or Jason?
Jason.
There you go, Jason.
I'm also laughing.
I wouldn't do it on purpose. It just depends on my diet.
It would be accidental. It would just slip out.
Like I ain't no spring chicken, man. I'm getting older. Stuff starts going,
It's true.
Very good. 5 shot, mate. Thanks so much for joining us, brother.
My pleasure, Josh. Thanks for continuing your hard work, giving us a voice and a great show to listen to. Starting Zone, you guys are great too.
All good. All right, boys. Look, I think I'll finish up there. Thank you, Jason, Spencer. Guys, thank you so much. That's almost 4.5 hours. I ask too much of you guys. I can't thank you enough.
All good, man.
Yeah, appreciate it.
It's always a good opportunity. I'm glad we got a chance to do it. So I got no gripes from me. I'm happy to hang out whenever we can make the schedules line up for sure.
All good. All right, guys, I'll love and leave you to it. I literally am I'll log on for a couple of hours and I think my priest is at 78, so I'm just gonna knock him off. And I would love to go from 0 to hero and to actually become good at healing and do all this shit. But I'm just trying to figure out, like I said, I've got the Fury Warrior, I've got the Blood DK, I'm sorted, I can do all this different shit. I'm just trying to sort out whether or not all this stuff about healing is bullshit, and I'll see how I feel.
I think I genuinely think, as much as you say you don't like the sweaty palm when you play, if we get 5 of us in Discord and we just do a Mythic 2, and you actually get told the boss is gonna fucking do a cone here, don't stand in it, instead of going through the what the fuck killed me, oh it was a cone, frustration, it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's
but
very,
as
very
long as
satisfying.
as long as I'm having as much fun and we're all equally stressed, it's fine. But if you guys are laughing and slamming shots while I'm fucking going ballistic, that's when healing's fucked.
There was
just play with people you trust and set the expectations. And if we could ever make the timing work, which would be a challenge, but let me know. We could do some low keys, and I'll tank for you, and if you want to heal them, and
100%. No, I will. I'll hit you up because
stuff out,
your Friday and Saturday nights at the time.
Yeah,
I got my monk who's
we're both early morning Gremlins Australia time, to play games, which works out nicely, to play with Americans during their peak hour.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, right now, I got some responsibilities on getting keys on the Warrior, but that's gonna slow down a little bit. So,
no,
I'd be happy to grab the monk or something. And,
I appreciate it. We'll
work
do
our
it.
way up.
We'll do it. I had no interest in keys,
man.
but I think I will give it a go.
I think you should definitely play with Jason, because the only thing you can trust me and Ubiquitous to do is fuck you over, man. So.
Oh, I agree. I fucking agree.
I mean, keys are really fun when you have a dedicated group to doing it. It is intimidating and it is toxic as hell to pug them. But when it clicks, when you got a group that you can trust and that everybody's gonna have fun together, it's a really great mode.
But what's the point? Is it seriously which key is it? Like, do not pug a +3 or whatever. Like, what is it?
No, it just
There's a
depends.
couple. There's a couple.
Yeah, like
I would say hit that.
I had
I
a
think
grim.
above like
Yeah.
6, you're probably really asking for trouble because of the death timer penalty and all that. But really, like, it is the Wild West right now in the pug scene because you just don't know what you're getting, and people don't have enough knowledge yet.
And I feel like it's actually suffered a little bit more from the huge influx of people like me coming from like Classic. Like, they haven't played retail since Mythic Keys began.
Well, yeah, that's
and they're
me
just
as
in
well.
there. And everyone had 0 rating IO fucking 2 weeks ago. So you could, and like that first week, holy shit, some of my guildies are like, dude, we took a fucking mage, he did 300k DPS the whole run, and you go, yeah, that's a classic Andy that hasn't read the Wowhead guide yet or practiced on the dummies.
Like I said, I'm dying a lot. I am dying a lot in normal dungeons, which people would laugh at, going, "Oh my god, it's the easiest content in the world." I can't fucking tell. Like, sometimes these like swirlies and shit, like even in normal, I'm like, oh my god, that covered half the room and I had 1 second to get out of it. Or like I literally got frontals and I had no idea that was coming. Like, I don't know, it's weird.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's my DBM that's just warning me of things, but I do have the voice of just saying like,
no,
frontal.
I've got it too.
Then I'll stand in front.
That's the fucked up thing. I've got it too, and sometimes I'm just dying and going, I literally don't know what. Like, if there's a difference between I have seen the swirly and I'm being a dickhead electing to stand in it, and I now know why I died. That's fine. But the vast majority of my deaths are I had no idea I was standing in the bad.
Yeah, I'm not sure then.
There's some stuff that just doesn't really read. Like, still, they've gotten better about some things, but like, yeah, or like it should read, but the graphic like glitches out because of the terrain. Yeah,
Jason and I still talk about Volcanic when it came in as an affix during Return of Karazhan, and you just couldn't see it because it was underneath rugs.
I'm turning
rugs inside
down.
Karazhan, you couldn't
I've
see
turned
it.
down all my graphic settings, all my spell density, everything. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm gonna sort it out.
My absolute most boomer classic Andy gripe with retail is I genuinely, not jokingly, do not like to do mythics with mages because their AoE just makes it too busy in there. I'm already trying to avoid swirlies. I don't need meteors and fucking icicles flying across my screen, and it's specifically a mage problem. Like, when a mage is in my party, it's like extra graphic mechanics on my screen. I'm just like, I end up running away, and it's like, oh no, that's just his meteor. When
Frozen Orb first came in the game, I was so scared of it. I didn't know what it was. So
Yeah,
I'd be taking packs and I'd just be moving out of the, like, I'm trying to get them away from the Frozen Orb that my mage is shooting at them. And I'm like, oh, I guess that's good. It doesn't look good.
I would do the same.
You know what fucks me up is when I try and move the camera when my mouse is over a debuff that's on a nameplate. I can't change that. I don't know why it's not clicked through.
Oh, there should be a little button. There should be a button in your plater to make shit click through, if I'm not mistaken.
Hello, Tyrannosaur. Hi, Sunshine. How are you, mate? I saw you got into retail as well. I hope you're well, big guy, mate. I've joined you on the retail train. I'm really enjoying it.
I'm gonna race off and go have a beer. And
yeah, I'm gonna do the same. What are you doing for the game tonight?
I'm just going to a mate's place down the road.
Right. What are you gonna do, Marcus?
Same sort of thing. Go to mate's place.
Right.
Catch up with some of the boys from work. Haven't seen them in a month.
Hunk and Patricia and I are going to go down to the pub and watch, so hopefully it'll be a good one.
Yeah.
All right.
That was a lovely talking with all of yous.
Hell yeah.
I'm shameless, and I could talk fucking 12 hours on everything I like about retail at the moment. I'm fucking shameless simping hard.
Yeah, now you're in my Discord fucking taunting all the classic people, you cunt. Can you fucking stop it?
It's easily...
There have to be like some people that are getting mad, right? Like, why does everybody like this now? Like, you're not supposed to like that one.
There's a few, man.
I've genuinely sat in there and streamed for some of them, and they have hit me with like, yeah, but I hate this about retail, and then I show them in front of them going, that's not accurate, or it doesn't exist anymore, and they'd go, yeah, but nah, fuck retail, I just don't like it, man. It's just
there's a lot of
in me not to like it.
misinformation about like what's not in the game anymore. Or what people like hate stuff about the game from 6 years ago or 12 years ago.
Yeah, my best example, I had someone in my classic guild say that he hates Titan forging on items, and I said, well, guess what?
Yeah.
It's not here.
It
And then
was
he
pretty
says,
well
yeah,
adjudicated that people didn't like Titan forging on items.
he's like, I hate the personal loot. And I go, well, guess what? You're rolling for loot and raids again. And he was just like, oh, fuck, maybe I should try it.
I've had a really bad run with Classic in the last 2 weeks. Just like particularly, just waiting for dungeons to get started, where like just, the 10 minutes to get the group together, but then great, okay, the group's together and now everyone's on all points of the map and there's no summons and we don't actually start the dungeon for fucking 20 minutes until after the group was formed, and now you're half an hour from that first message of looking for more for UBRS, you start like 27 minutes later, and it's like, man, I'm fucking sick of it. I'm just sick of it. But anyway.
Yeah.
It was the pre-made thing for me.
And the pre-made thing, yeah.
I've done a big swivel on like half my Classic Plus takes, just because like there's what could categorically be good for immersion, and then there's just like realism. I'm loving how efficient my time is on retail. If I've got 24 minutes, I could pretty easily jump on, queue as a fucking DPS, and probably get a heroic done because they're that fucking easy and quick. In Classic, if you had half an hour to play, you'd go, what can I do? Log on and pick 4 herbs and log off. Like, you literally can't achieve anything because of the time investment to get anything going. Like, you can log on here and just do 2 bosses in a pug and log off and then go, it doesn't matter, I'm not safe that ID. That shit blew my mind. I didn't know for the first week and a half that you could just go to raid after raid after raid until you brute force your way through it. I did 1 failed pug and then didn't try and go back. I thought I was saved. So